Hello, and welcome to the live stream of the P&G CEO Challenge European Final, a competition where students solve real P&G business challenges and present their ideas to our top management. My name is Max, and I will be your P&G host for today. Having joined P&G as HR manager in 2018, this will be the fourth CEO Challenge event I observe and the second European Final. Working in P&G's recruiting team, I lead our recruiting efforts for all non-technical functions in the DACH area. So identifying and attracting top talented students to apply for our career opportunities is what I do for a living. And let me tell you, this competition is where you will find some of the very best. Joining me in the studio today is Anna from our P&G office in Moscow and Andre, an experienced case study expert from Changelinge. Guys, hello. Why don't you introduce yourselves?
Hello, Max, and glad to see you. My name is Anna Matveyeva, and I'm Senior Analytics and Insights Manager for Grooming and Oral Care in Eastern Europe. My key responsibility in Procter & Gamble is to put consumer voice into the center of all our decisions and make each consumer unit heard in the company. I've joined P&G 5 years ago, and since then I've been doing a lot of different roles in analytics and insights. I was responsible for shoppers in several channels like drug chains and e-commerce, and now I lead all consumer questions that can appear on Oral-B, Gillette, Braun, and Venus.
Anna, Max, thank you that you shared your wonderful experience at P&G. My name is Andre. I've been working with case competitions since 2007. Prior to that, I participated in them myself. I even won an international competition in 2008, and after some time began to organize them. To date, the team and I have organized more than 100 case competitions. My work experience includes marketing in IT and management consulting. But today, along with you, I will be watching how teams from all over Europe present their solutions to the judges from P&G. More than 7,000 participants have competed against them for a place in this final, so you can be sure that you will see Europe's best teams performing today.
Andre, you have a great experience in competitions. I'm sure that it will be a pleasure to discuss teams' presentations today.
Yes, and let's start by taking a look at what's coming up in our live stream today. So right now we're following the opening sessions, but right afterwards, we will dig into what it means to work at P&G. We will talk with P&G experts on how to build leading brands and also take your questions concerning P&G careers or any other topic that concerns P&G life right from your live feed. We will also then follow up with a couple of more sessions where we will watch the team presentations, watch the team presentations, see a few snippets of their ideas and the Q&A from judges. We will meet some former CEO Challenge participants and winners and interview them about their experience in our competition. We will then also, of course, interview judges on the process that they used to decide on which team wins today, and also, of course, announce the winners of this year's European CEO Challenge Final. Now, before we give you a peek behind the scenes and tell you all about P&G, let's watch a short video.
In 1837, William Procter and James Gamble started a simple soap and candle business on the banks of the Ohio River in Cincinnati. Today, billions of people use P&G products all over the world, which raises the question, how can one company serve so many people? Well, at P&G, everything begins with the consumer. Our purpose is to touch and improve lives with brands and products of superior quality and value. We innovate to delight consumers with meaningful and noticeable superiority across our products, packaging, communication, retail execution, and value. As a result, P&G has some of the most trusted and well-known brands in the world. Brands used every day like Tide, Gillette, Pampers, Head & Shoulders, and dozens more. These brands are organized into 6 sector business units: Fabric and Home Care, Baby and Feminine Care, Family Care and P&G Ventures, Beauty, which includes hair care and skin and personal care, Grooming, and Healthcare, which includes oral care and personal health care. The SBUs develop, manufacture, and market our brands and products. The SBUs have sales, profit, cash, and value creation responsibility for our largest and most profitable markets, called focus markets. In each focus market, market operations works across the 6 SBUs on scaled market services and capabilities, including customer teams, transportation, warehousing, logistics, and to represent P&G externally. The rest of the world is organized into enterprise markets. These markets get innovation plans, supply plans, and operating frameworks from the SBUs, and they then have the freedom and profit and loss responsibilities to accelerate growth and value creation in these dynamic markets. Supporting the SBUs, market operations, and enterprise markets are key corporate resources focused on scaled services, governance, stewardship, and areas requiring high mastery, such as global business services, IT, legal, and tax. At P&G, our company, our structure, and our people are focused on winning through brands and products that create value for consumers, improving everyday life all over the world.
That everyone watching us today would like to know more about P&G, gain interesting insights, and get a peek behind the curtains. And we'll start with a short video, and then Max will guide you through the world of Procter & Gamble.
Thank you, Andre. Let's start with a quick video to get an overview of what P&G is and the brands that belong to our portfolio. So P&G is a company of many leading brands that we have just seen. Brands that I'm sure many, if not most of you, have in your households today, right now. Actually, after our live stream today, take a look at the products that you have at home. If there isn't a single product that is made from P&G, the first coffee that you drink in your internship or full-time employment at P&G will be on me. You can see many of our products on the screen right now. So I am feeling pretty confident with that bet. But of course, these products haven't been coming out of nowhere. P&G has been around for a long time. In fact, as we can see on the next slide, P&G has been around for over 180 years. The thing that hasn't changed in that time is the purpose, values, and principles that we hold on to. These are what define us. We provide branded products and services of superior quality and value that improve the life of the world's consumers now and for generations to come. And as a result, consumers reward us with leadership, sales, profit, and value creation, allowing our people, our shareholders, and the communities in which we live and work to prosper. So whenever we face a tough decision at P&G and we don't know which way to go and what's the right decision to make, we come back to the purpose, values, and principles that are at the core of everything we do. And when we base our decisions on these, the decision that we will take is the right one. Now, I said before, for over 180 years, we have made decisions that way. And it led us to a few top line results that I want to share with you on the next slide. P&G has a brand portfolio that is made up of 65 leading brands. 21 of them are actually billion-dollar brands, returning net operating sales of $1 billion or more each. In total, that adds up to about $70 billion in net sales, touching the lives of over 5 billion consumers every day with our products. That is a huge impact that a company like P&G has. We have that because we sell our products in 180 countries all over the world. Now, selling products in so many different countries successfully means that we have to put the consumer's interests at the heart of everything we do. And one way we do that is by ensuring that our labor and workforce reflects the same diversity as our consumers. So our company is made up of over 145 different nationalities. And speaking of diversity, our women quota is at 48% for our management population. Actually, if you just take a look at our board, you will see that 46% of our executive board is made out of women. That is up from 33% in 2015, reflecting the meaningful growth that we have made in this very, very important area. Now, diving a little bit deeper into the different products that we have, on the next slide, you will see the split into 6 different product categories: fabric and home care, baby and feminine care, family care and ventures, beauty, grooming, and healthcare. Now, one of the areas that I want to focus on is family care and ventures. And within this part, especially on the ventures part, which is where P&G cooperates with startups and smaller businesses to drive innovations and new products that you haven't seen before. One example I want to share here is Opté. Opté was developed in our Asian market, and it is a device that scans your skin for irritations and irregularities, applying product concealer just on those spots where you need them. So it leaves all of the other skin parts around it as it is naturally, because you don't need product there, allowing the skin to breathe and to do its thing to stay healthy. Now, of course, innovations like these don't come from nowhere. We invest heavily into our R&D. That is necessary to keep our brands at the top and superior level. So on the next slide, you can see that P&G spends roughly about $2 billion per year into R&D innovations. And that is, compared to our competitors in the market, quite a lot. So innovation has always been, and it will continue to be, our lifeblood. Now, of course, speaking for more than just the innovation of our products, as you can see on the next slide, P&G's ambition is to be a force for good and a force for growth. We are touching more than 5 billion consumers every day with our products. And as the world's largest advertisers, we have a responsibility to use our voice to address issues that are important to our society. And I want to share a few examples with you today. One area where we are using our voice is in tackling gender equality. So next slide, please. Gender equality is 1 out of 5 areas: ethics and corporate responsibility, community impact, diversity and inclusion, gender equality, and the environmental sustainability. Let's start with the gender equality part. Next slide, please. So our first example is the Always Like a Girl campaign that really has become a movement and is fueled by the millions of girls around the world who are changing like a girl to mean amazing things. The campaign launched in 2014, June actually, 2014, and was inspired by the insight that the start of puberty and the first period marked the lowest moment in confidence for girls. It demonstrated the profound effect that phrases like a girl can have on a girl's self-confidence. But it also inspired a movement which has started to change public perception. 76% of consumers see the phrase "like a girl" as a positive expression compared to 19% pre-campaign. But the impact did not stop there. In March 2016, the brand tackled the subtle bias conveyed through emojis, and the resulting conversations led the Unicode Consortium to rethink their approach to emojis, releasing 44 new girl power emojis now incorporated into mobile operating systems globally. So the firefighter and police women emojis that you see on your smartphones today resulted out of this Always campaign. Now, we also want to have a positive impact on the communities where we live. Let's have a look at one example of how we do it.
To millions of families around the world, this is considered drinking water. So P&G, the makers of Tide, Dawn and Crest, invented a powder that transforms dirty water from this to this. After 175 years of creating cleaning products for families around the world, P&G understands the power of clean water. Together with our partners, the P&G Children's Safe Drinking Water Programme has been providing clean water for more than 10 years in over 75 countries. Clean water not only helps save lives, it transforms lives. Now Boniface will grow strong. He'll spend more days in school. He'll enjoy more birthdays and a brighter future. If you've purchased a P&G brand over the past 10 years, then you've been a part of this life-changing program. Help us continue to share the power of clean water. P&G.
P&G's Children's Safe Drinking Water Program is our flagship program. We were able to take our innovative cleaning technology and apply it to the most basic of needs, clean drinking water, to help a crisis that still impacts nearly 1 billion people around the world. We have worked in more than 85 countries with more than 150 partners to distribute P&G Purifier of Water packets during emergencies and to the people who lack clean water every single day. We recently delivered our 12 billionth liter of clean water. And over the years, this program has thereby helped to save thousands of lives. Next, let's focus on gender equality. With We See Equal, we believe that when we make gender bias visible and when we bring awareness to it, we have the power to motivate change. We launched We See Equal in March 2017 to inspire a new expectation and reset outdated narratives that have been in place for far too long. The video has been viewed millions of times in over 180 countries and was named one of the most inclusive ads of 2017 by the Association of National Advertisers. Next, let's take a look at environmental sustainability. Did you know that the world only recycles 14% of the plastic it uses? At P&G, we partner with TerraCycle's Loop platform. With Loop, packaging enters into a cycle. Refillable containers get delivered to and picked up from your doorstep to be recycled or used again and again and again in a green loop. We tested hundreds of ideas across our key categories, and we're proudly participating in Loop with our leading brands, creating product packaging that is reusable or has key reusable features. So products are ordered, delivered, enjoyed, picked up, cleaned, refilled, and enjoyed again and again and again. And this is not some fancy idea. I used to wash my hair with a plastic bottle of herbal essences. One like this one right here, but not anymore. I now am using Loop's aluminum bottle. I actually picked this up from my shower this morning. And let me tell you, it feels superior, It makes it way easier for me to use the right amount of product because all I have to do is pump. And it looks more beautiful than the plastic bottle. Have a look at it for yourself. It looks better. Now, we talked a lot about what P&G does, but what is it like to work at P&G? Next slide, please. Much like our brands, we're committed to finding and developing world-class leaders. And that is not something that we leave to chance. We are developed from within, which means we put a large emphasis on helping you unfold your full potential by trusting you to grow with your challenges. We hire you at entry level and we promote and develop from within. So that means we give you real leadership responsibilities very early on in your career. And we know it can be challenging at times. We know because we're developed from within. So leaders have been where you are. The P&G leaders of today had questions and still have, and got help and still do. They are paying helpfulness forward and are happy to help any young P&Ger embarking on the same journey. So, as you see, we are investing in our training and development, but we do believe that you learn most through experience and the sharing of these learnings. So I would like to take a brief moment to give you one example on the next slide. You know, when you challenge the status quo, when you go new ways, and when you innovate, you will make mistakes. It's part of the journey. And mistakes are okay if you learn from them. And that is why we encourage a growth mindset. We encourage you to fail forward, and we encourage you to share your learnings. That sharing of mistakes and learnings is something we do in our F-Up nights. And just to be clear, during those nights when we share the moments where we failed and where we learned, it's not just junior people. This includes top executives, because learning happens at every single level. A little bit later today, I too will share one of my learning opportunities with you. But now, let's dive a little bit deeper into today's main brand, Oral-B. Andre, Anna, back to you in Moscow.
Thank you, Max. Now this year, participants are answering a business question connected to the Oral-B brand. And let's find out some brand insights. Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to me to talk about this hilarious brand, Oral-B. So, Oral-B is a brand that enjoys a very long history. It has started already in 1950. Since then, we became brand #1 recommended by dentist professionals. We serve consumers in more than 80 countries and operate on a market that is worth more than $5 billion. So throughout the years, our key goal was and is to bring healthier smiles for all. We stick to our missions to give access for everyone, educate on healthy habits, bring superior product and innovations while we do the best to be responsible manufacturer. Our consumers around the world are served with the best quality oral products, and Oral-B portfolio has all paste, manual, and electric toothbrushes for healthier smiles. Oral-B always continues to bring superior innovation, as the IO electric toothbrush that immediately became the most awarded brush 2020 and has revolutionary technologies. Let's see more about it on the video.
It was designed to improve brushing. It ended up changing everything.
I think you're gonna wanna see this. I know you're not gonna believe this. Watch me now. Make it say who, make it say wow. Watch me now.
Anna, thanks a lot. I think that now viewers have a deeper understanding of Oral-B brand. And of course, they're willing to buy that amazing toothbrush, which you showed the video of. Maybe let's move on to Max. Max?
Yes. Andre, hi. Hi. So P&G, as we have heard, is home to numerous iconic and trusted brands. And for over 180 years, we have been all about making life easier in small but meaningful ways. So the question is, how do we do it? One of the answers to this question is continuous innovation with consumers' best interest at the heart of everything we do. And to expand on this, today we are joined by my colleague, Shannon Wagers, Corporate Innovation Program Manager. Shannon, welcome.
Hello, good to be here. Thank you for having me.
Shannon, it's a real pleasure. You are one of the greatest P&G experts on design thinking, a process that is designed to get us closer to the consumer and to really empathize with them. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit on this method?
Oh yeah, sure. So thank you for asking the question. So design thinking is born out of an innovation framework that started at the Stanford D School, and it is one of those processes that we use very deeply with consumers to understand what is their tension, what is that deep need that they need to have resolved in their lives. So we do that by walking through a stage called empathy, and then we do a really great job of defining what their problem is, and then coming up with solutions, not just jumping into solutions and coming up with things immediately. And then we'll prototype those, and then we test those out with consumers, or perhaps even a review board, much like what we would be doing with the CEO Challenge today. So very exciting to be with you, and thank you for asking the question.
Absolutely. It's great to have you with us. And usually when we do design thinking, we do these in face-to-face sessions, right?
Yes.
We get down, we sit down with consumers, we put a toothbrush in front of them, we talk to them about the product. Now, obviously, right now that is not possible. So what are the differences, in your opinion, between the offline and online design thinking sessions?
So I would tell you that, virtual is tough for everyone, because we can't pick up on things like body language, and these masks, even in person, sometimes it's hard to even do that. But what we can do is ask them very guided questions and try to get to that. Tell me about what your pain is, or tell me, like, if I could give you a magic wand and say, I wish X were possible, and try to understand what those real needs are, and really get into their shoes, as I like to say, to understand what their real tensions are, what their real problems are. It's always a challenge with virtual, but you know what? I think that we've done a tremendous job of overcoming that. And you know what? That's the best we have right now. So we'll go with it and keep moving forward.
So we talked a little bit about design thinking and how it increases the creativity that we have and how we get to the results. What drives creativity in this whole design thinking process? Where does that come in?
So I like to tell people there are two phases of any creative process. One would be divergent thinking, where we open up to possibilities. So we cast this wide net, diverging, opening up to possibilities, where there's no bad ideas, where there's anything's on the table that we just don't say, oh wow, that's a bad idea. So there's tremendous possibilities when we open up our minds and we just remove those barriers. And then there's a poignant time where we say, you know what, now we need to move on to understand these are the critical things that we need to move forward with. And we call that convergent thinking. So we narrow those choices down, and we're very specific about not mixing divergent thinking and convergent thinking. So when we mix those two together, it's almost like trying to drive an automobile with your foot on the gas and your foot on the brake at the same time. So we would never do that if we're driving a car. So there's a time to push, power on the gas, and push, stop and make choices when we push that brake. So that's the analogy I like to give. But, using really good principles of deferring judgment and, using divergent thinking.
You talked about switching gears, basically, to stay in that car analogy, right? From a thinking where anything is possible down to getting a little bit more and more realistic and narrowing down the list of options that you have. And it sounds so easy when you say that, but I can imagine it's incredibly difficult. What's your experience with that?
So I've been working with P&G teams in a facilitated structured thinking kind of methodology for about a decade now, and actively in my role as a corporate innovation program manager for the last several years. I think one of the things is we often, just want to jump to solutions. We want to say, yes, I have the answer, because that's usually what's rewarded in business. Because we say, how many cases did you ship? How many things did you produce today? We're all about solution delivery and being based in solutions. And we often just kind of don't take time to push the pause button to say, I wonder what if, and then let's try. So we need to say, hey, let's pause. I wonder, what if, and let's try. So it's almost as simple as trying to, get into that role. And it's incredibly hard for people. So often what we do is we have someone like myself as a facilitator guide people through that process. And so much so that P&G is invested in a facility that we use this process with every day. I get to work with people every day, both virtually and in person when appropriate. But we find that using structured thinking in a facilitated manner helps us overcome that, because otherwise, sometimes the most popular idea gets dotted and voted on in these brainstorming sessions, and I would say that's a terrible idea. That's a popularity contest. That's not about being about real ideas and real problem definition.
So how would you then define when I have a problem and I want to use the design thinking methodology to solve it because it drives creativity, what would be my starting point? How do I define the question that gets me going?
So I often tell people it's easy to say, just what is the real problem you think that you have? Just try to say it very simply. Like, consumers are not being sustainable with their packaging. Like that maybe that's the problem. So how might we get the consumer to be more sustainable with their packaging? So we frame it as a how might we statement, and we create what we call a problem statement. So often, if just think about the challenge you're facing and try to say it as simply as you can. Just make it as simple as you can. And then I like to frame it as a how might we, because that opens us up to the language of possibilities. So if I say, how could we, how should we? Well, that might not be the most appropriate way to frame it. But if you say, how might we, there's some energy and power in saying that might, right? And then we start with that empathy phase, such that we say, I would love to understand what that consumer says, what they think, what they feel, what they do, observe their behavior, and get into their day-to-day routine by using the power of empathy. That's how I would initiate and start this process.
Is there any problem that does not lend itself to the design thinking process?
Well, I'm going to be biased and say that I think that most problems can probably be solved through a process like this. But there are some things that probably are really difficult when you have people that have very starch, polarizing opinions. When we get into the political realm of when we think like, hey, I think you should do this, and that the other person thinks you should do that, and we have to meet in the middle. So that's why we always say compromise is always important. But how do we overcome those things? We have to have a guided conversation, and we have to have a respectful conversation to get everything out on the table. And often, when we have people at two opposites ends of the spectrum, it's really hard to do that. And that's why we've seen maybe with some of those cases, in the political nature of things, which are more sensitive, we have someone who's a mediator that brings people to the table. Facilitators often like that in my role, that we have people that have very different opinions, but we have them put everything on the table and use a divergent process where there are no bad ideas, that we respect and value each and everybody's opinion. So we understand that, what, I think this and you think that, that's okay. Let's see what everything looks like, and let's have a real guided conversation and understand what's really possible, and try to understand what are the real tensions that we're trying to solve.
And can you take us through the process? What happens then? So we talked about how to frame the question. We talked about the first step being creating empathy for the consumer group whose problem you're trying to solve. What happens then?
Okay, so we do a really great job of getting in that shoes of the consumer, getting into their role. And then we need to say, what, maybe some of the things we heard were not necessarily what we expected with this original challenge. So I kind of use this example of, consumers are not the most sustainable. Like maybe they just don't like recycling. Well, how might we make the consumer more, more friendly to recycling? If we use that as an original statement, we hear, when the consumer says, what, I'm lazy. I like to make things more simple. I don't understand, like if I have a bottle like this right here, I don't understand where I can put it in the recycling. So maybe there needs to be some education. So we reframe that problem based on what we heard on the consumer empathy discussion or the interview, and we'll say, okay, so the consumer said, okay, they need to understand that where they can place the recycling in what bin, and they need to understand what recyclables don't mix. And you know what? Maybe we can incentivize the recycling that, you know what, we'll give them a coupon if they drop off a certain amount of metric, grams or pounds or English pounds of product into a bin, and based on that weight, we'll give you a coupon that you can go on to Amazon or something like that. So there are ways to start thinking about how do we think about reframing this problem so that we can come up with solutions. And I've already jumped into solutions myself. I'm being horrible because I'm jumping into those. We can give them a coupon. This is great. But understanding what is it that makes them tick? What is those things that they would need to understand more about this problem so that we can find solutions. And you saw how easy I started drifting to solutions when I started thinking about the problem in a different way.
And you also said that, when you interview a consumer, you might end up thinking, wow, that's not what we thought, which got me thinking, we have certain assumptions about how a product might work out in the real world, right? And it might be our little baby and we're super convinced of it. And now we're using this design thinking approach and we're figuring out, I still have some work to do. How might we address the biases that we have ourselves and make sure that they don't influence our design thinking process?
So one of the great things that I tell people is that we have to really be sure we're solving a consumer tension, because if we don't solve consumer tension, we just end up with something that maybe looks really pretty and attractive on the shelf. So we have this term in the United States and North America called camping, and it's that event where people will go out into nature and they'll sleep outdoors, and they'll sleep under the stars in a tent and a campfire and have all those things. And I always tell people the kiss of death is that when you have a product where the consumer says, oh wow, I really like that, that would be great for camping. Like that is like the worst thing you ever want to hear from a consumer, because it's like a one time a year that they're going to go out and use it, and the rest of the time they're not going to be interested in your product. So it's like a one-off use. So you want to understand how that tension can be resolved every day so we can make their lives more complete each and every day. Like I have this tension that, every day, I wake up and I have a 15-month-old daughter and she has diaper leaks. Okay, well, how might someone resolve that diaper issue for me? That's a real tension that I have. So we're going to make a better diaper that's going to take care of her, that she's going to keep her drier throughout the day, and it's going to make me happy that I don't have to change her clothes so often. So that's a real tension, right? So that's not about just one time a year that I'm going to use this product or it resolves something for me in a very minimal way.
And then you have been doing this for years and years and years, right? I can hear your passion. What was the most exciting moment that you have had in the design thinking journeys with all of the teams that you worked with?
I have to tell you, it came before I met the team. So like I said, I work at a facility within P&G called the gym, and the gym has been around for almost 20 years. And I visited the gym for the first time about 15, 16 years ago, and went to a design thinking session. I'm like, wow, this is really interesting. How would someone do this as a career? I'm a chemist, I'm a formulator, I'm creating, technologies on a bench that we're going to integrate into our product to bring more delight to our consumers. So I started with that I wonder, and then at some point I went to another session and I'm like, I think I could do this. So that's the what if. So I almost used the design thinking process to kind of make a career transformation. And I would say that this has been life-changing for me. It's like when you find that thing that that you love and you're doing it, it's just an incredible thing to be able to do that every day. And I'm incredibly blessed. But I would say that was kind of like a continuous moment. And then eventually I got into a role where I'm doing it every day. So that would have to be my answer.
And obviously you did do it again yesterday with our CEO Challenge teams. Now the question that they have been given to solve was, as we work to reduce the waste and packaging of Oral-B products, how might we use interactivity to connect with consumers in a better way? Can you tell us a little bit and guide us behind the curtains of what happened yesterday?
So we use an interactive tool called Mural, and it's a digital whiteboard. So what we did is we established a time frame in which the teams would go out and talk to their consumers, and then they would come back to the Mural whiteboard to gather all their thinking and display it and structure it. So we're really about displayed thinking. So if you're in a room with me live, it's going to be Post-it notes on a whiteboard and lots of markers. We use this digital tool to bring this to life, that they can be in one country and in another region, and use a Teams call to basically connect and share their ideas. We had them walk through what I mentioned, like the empathy map on what the consumer thinks, feels, and says and does, to really frame like what really happened in that conversation, just to debrief and process what happened in that consumer interview, and really have them kind of really think about it in a good way. And then we said, okay, based on what you heard, there were probably some really critical and key insights that came out of those conversations with the consumer. We want you to use this power of the how might we language and move into phase 2 of design thinking, and to really do a good job of defining what that real problem is. What is the tension that consumer has? But again, because again, if we don't resolve that tension, we just end up with something that's just going to sit on the shelf. And we want to understand, hey, what is that real tension? How are we going to bring the light and improve that consumer's life? So let's do a good job of defining what that is. So we spent some time, we actually spent a large portion of the time, probably the largest portion of the time of the process, defining that problem, because it's so important. A great quote from Albert Einstein, or at least it's attributed to him: if I had an hour to solve a problem, I'm going to spend 55 minutes defining that problem, and then 5 minutes coming up with solutions. So then, as you know, and I started jumping to solutions with my example earlier, we moved them into the ideation phase. And we gave them a shorter amount of time, because if they've done a really great job of defining what that problem is, solutions came easy. Just like I gave you an example easy. I was coming up with solutions very quickly, just thinking about what the right problem to solve was. And from that, we gave them some time to define what their real solutions are, like what really solves that tension based on that new framing of the problem. And then we said, okay, now is the time for you to create their prototype. What are you going to go and what are you going to test? What do you think that proposition is that's going to bring value to the consumer and value to P&G? So giving them some specific criteria on which things that we want them to go and prototype against, about bringing an image, bringing the insights from the consumer, how it resolves their tension, who they are, and then what's the value to P&G? Why would P&G even want to do this? Because if we don't deliver value to the company, it's just a paper exercise. We want to be actionable and deliberate about delivering value, not only to the consumer, but also to P&G.
I think it's super interesting how this design thinking process gets you from it was a broad question down to a very specific recommendation that will be presented to judges later on today, so to P&G top management.
Yeah.
But it's being worked on by students who have had no previous exposure to the design thinking process, who were asked to interview real life consumers. So people like you and me who use Oral-B products at home, interview them, get a feeling from them. By the way, for our viewers out there, we had 3 different age groups, right? So we had people from the ages of 18 to 30, 30 to 50, and 50 plus. So for some of the teams interviewing a certain set of consumers, it might not necessarily have been their own age group. So I'm curious, the people who worked on this question using a methodology they never heard before, being asked to do something they have certainly never done before.
Sure.
What was the feeling in the teams? What was the atmosphere from the beginning of this journey compared to the end?
So I think with anything that you're not familiar with, people are going to have some general anxiety about, and like, oh, I'm not so sure about this, or I have some questions. So that's why we had myself and some other coaches, some really awesome coaches that came alongside them, just to make sure that we kept them on target. So they were able to ask questions about this process and make sure that they were, thinking about it in the right way. So they would ask questions like, well, when I look at this empathy map and I'm asking myself, says, thinks, and feels and does what the consumer thinks. How do I think about that? And I just said, don't overthink. Just embrace the process. You don't have to trust the process, but maybe let's try to embrace it a little bit and try it on. And there was, again, some general anxiety, but the more they got into the process, I think they started saying like, oh my gosh, we're displaying our thinking. We're having a structured conversation. It's not just about me talking past you in a room or saying my opinion and then you say yours and then we do nothing. We were actually displaying our thinking. We're talking about things in a structured manner. And as we continue to move forward, once we got to the solution piece where many people start, and they just call it brainstorming with the solutions piece, but by setting them up for success with empathy and defining the problem, solutions came that much easier. And then when they got ready to prototype, they had all this wealth of information where they had defined what the real problem was. They had come up with a lot of solutions based on that empathy for the consumer. So it made prototyping go that much more faster because they had prepared. And at the end of it, they were like, oh my goodness, I can see the power of this process because we're being disciplined. We're being structured in our thinking and not just throwing a bunch of things against the wall and seeing what sticks, but we're being deliberate and intentional about having a guided conversation.
That sounds like an amazing experience to have, you know, starting from we have no clue and how are we ever going to do this, then trusting something and that you've never done before, trusting people you have just met to get you to where you need to get, and then looking back and realizing, wow, you know, it felt so seamless to get to this point. Sounds really, really good. Now, question that I have. Usually when we do this, we do it in a you know, face-to-face setting. Going back to the question before, now we have been collaborating with teams using Microsoft Teams, as you just said. Did you notice a change in team dynamics from the beginning, where I can imagine people, you know, bursting out with ideas, talking over each other? Have you noticed a change in team dynamics from the beginning of the design thinking workshop compared to the end?
So again, I think at the beginning of the workshop, just because it's almost like they were thrown into the deep end of the pool, of the swimming pool. And I think they were just trying to, you know, where I need to go, what do I need to do? And they were scrambling. And, you know, I came alongside them, at least with the groups that I saw at the beginning, and I would say, hey, it's going to be okay. Let's just start talking about what we know, what do we hear, and just kind of start working, letting the process work. And then when they started kind of embracing, like, okay, let's think about displaying our thinking. Oh, I see this idea that this person shared. Oh, I see this idea that this person shared. And let's talk about it in a structured way. They could start seeing this process of getting oriented and getting in a more, you know, succinct rhythm and not just talking past people or like, oh, wow, I'd love to hear about this idea when we're ready. You know, it became much more structured versus, again, I like to say throwing it up against the wall and just seeing what sticks. It just totally transformed their way of talking and processing through.
Do you think it's something they will take with them? Something that they can then apply to, let's say, presentations, for example, at university?
I would certainly hope so. I know that at least I've had a few of the students reach out to me on LinkedIn, which was very encouraging, and some people that, you know, even in the process of talking through, is like, oh my gosh, this has really been helpful. This has made me a little bit more disciplined in my thinking. Or I keep using the word structured, but it makes me follow a good path, that I have a process. And that's often, you know, one of the things that we think about with P&G is that, you know, we have all this great content that we bring in the meetings, and we have all these incredible people that we work with, and we have some skills that we all, you know, bring to the table. But if we had the missing piece often is having a guided process to kind of walk us through, and often we look past that. But when we have that process, that's like the missing piece of the puzzle that helps us make this ability to get innovative results complete.
Mm-hmm. Now, many of our viewers might not have access to a design thinking expert such as yourself to guide them through the process. And if it's the missing puzzle piece, how might they get this framework to hold on to? And then following up on that, you know, printing a piece of paper or having it on your screen and reminding yourself to constantly look at it, that's one thing. But really sticking to it is another. So how might they do that?
So there's some great options within P&G. They're always, you can always reach out to me within P&G, and I'd be happy to steer you to those resources. Google is a powerful tool that you can Google design thinking, and there are some great courses that are on some digital learning platforms like Coursera and LinkedIn Learning as well that have some offerings. I myself learned from the Stanford D-School, which is a more pricey option, but they have some free resources as well. So there are definitely free resources available. I'd be happy to point people to those. But I would also say that, with anything, if you're going to do anything, you have to take it and put it into practice. So for me to get to the skills that I had to practice them. And to your point, I had those little papers on my office wall, like, okay, so I need to do a good job of finding that problem and understanding some empathy and some facts of that problem, and then define what that problem is before I start jumping into solutions. It's really about, being intentional about being disciplined to follow that process. And then after that, I think people start to find that success will follow them.
You mentioned LinkedIn once. Are you aware of any sort of groups of people out there that one could join to learn more about design thinking?
There's some groups on LinkedIn. I know I'm a part of one on LinkedIn that people could reach out on questions about that from an external standpoint. We do have an internal P&G Yammer site dedicated to design thinking, and then I have the gym events and news on Yammer within P&G as well. So those are great resources to tap in internally within P&G. But like I mentioned as well, there's some great. I know there's a great one on Coursera that I took several years ago. I believe IBM also has a free course on enterprise design thinking that you can access as well. That's free to the public.
That is super helpful to know. I'm sure many of our viewers out there will be, Googling the courses right now and signing up for some, maybe even. Speaking of, do you have any tips when you start doing this and you enter in a completely new world? You mentioned before, trust the process, force yourself to stick to it. Your choice of words was better, but in the essence, what else are your top tips for people starting out in design thinking?
So, always have a facilitator. I think that's one key thing. Often, bringing a group together and walking through without a facilitator who can be objective and not have a bias about the situation will help you move through this process easier. So I always say that's probably the rule one. Rule two is actually have some rules that you're going to agree on as you walk through this process. So some of the things I often tell people, listen generously and just sit back. And I know everyone wants to contribute. We all want to contribute because we all want to deliver value to this company. But just kind of take a step back and say, you know what, I'm just going to listen. And then I'm going to listen to others and I'm going to build on their ideas. And thinking about building on ideas, we practice this power of yes and. It comes from the improv comedy world. But if I were to say, I have a great idea, and then you say yes and this, I'm going to build on this idea, and then I say yes and that, and we continue to build on each other's ideas instead of saying no or yes but, or just saying, well, yes, or just trying to be dismissive in our thinking. Building on each other's ideas instead of dismissing those ideas will get us to a much better place. The one thing I would tell people about anything, if you're going to do anything well, be all in. So when you do a session, it's not about getting on your cell phones and looking at your Instagrams or your LinkedIn connections or doing your P&G emails. Be all in. Don't have those distractions. Dedicate that time and say, hey, I'm going to be all in. And then also, just be, like I mentioned, be respectful of everyone's ideas and know that there's a time to diverge and there's a time to converge. We're going to spend 45 minutes. Give yourself some time limit. We'll spend 45 minutes on diverging on ideas, and then we're going to spend a select amount of time to converge on those ideas. Now, each session takes different forms and fashions. That maybe we only spend 15 minutes on convergence or 45 minutes, and that's more of an advanced thing. But give yourself some structure to we're going to spend X amount of time doing certain activities and try those things on.
Mm-hmm. So signing up to courses, Coursera, taking a look through LinkedIn to find the groups who are actively engaged in design thinking, to find a mentor, somebody to guide you. Signing up for improv classes, to get the yes and learning to listen instead of waiting to talk. Did I sum that up correctly?
That sounded brilliant to me.
Perfect. Shannon, thank you so much for spending time with us today. Your insights were super great. They helped me a lot. And I know we talked about design thinking before. I hope you enjoyed it as well.
It's absolutely been my pleasure. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you for being with us.
My pleasure.
Anna, Andre, back to you in Moscow.
Dear participants, now we are starting an interactive part of our live stream. And we are going to share with you information about the life of P&G, the opportunities we offer, our recruitment process, and much more. Feel free to send us any of your questions in the stream chat, and I pass my word to Max.
Yes, and while you're thinking about your own questions, we want to share with you a list of topics that we have prepared for discussions later on. And to vote on them, simply scan the QR code that you will see up here in a second and start voting. We will discuss the most popular votes, the most popular questions during our next breaks. So you will have 5 questions to vote on. First, and here's the QR code. So first, the world is changing rapidly. Which new soft skills are now valued by employers? Second, on work-life balance, how do you find the golden mean? Do you really have to close the computer at 6 o'clock? And third, what is the most effective way to research information? We just talked about the importance of creating empathy with consumers. So what is the best way, most effective way to research that information? And what life hacks can P&G share? Fourth topic, even a small step is better than doing nothing. What is the importance of the first step in the long-term game? Or the fifth question, with entrepreneurial spirit being so important, and at the same time, you know, there are a lot of people with corporate careers. Are these two things mutually exclusive? Feel free to scan the QR code to vote on your favorite questions, and we will discuss them in our next breaks with you. So while you're voting, Anna, do we already have some first questions from our live audience?
Yes, Max, we already have a very interesting question that I think is very much linked to the career discussion and the careers in P&G you've talked about. So thanks for the interesting discussion. I have a question. To get a job, you need experience. To get experience, you need a job. How to break this circle?
Yes. To get a job, you need experience. To get experience, you need a job. When it comes to careers, I can only speak for P&G. At P&G, you can apply for internships, and internships are one way of gaining work experience without having 10 years of work experience in the past. Now, when you apply from university for an internship or for a direct entry, which is also possible, you know, you gain that work experience. When you do a successful internship at P&G, we're more than happy to welcome you back as a full-time employee. Actually, I have a few colleagues of mine, friends of mine, who wanted to gain some work experience after their bachelor's. So they applied for a full-time position at P&G, and they thought, you know, I'm just going to spend 2-3 years gaining work experience, and then I'm going to go back to university and do a master's degree because it's important. They're still working for P&G. They like the culture so much that they decided, you know, I don't actually need a master's. It might be more of a societal expectation to have a master's degree, but I don't. I have a job and I will just continue working, which is true, right? So for the positions in the DACH area, you don't need to have completed a master's degree. Fine to have a bachelor's degree and start working.
Great, Max. Here I will share also some ideas from my experience. So number one, I've also have only bachelor's degree, and I really, really wanted to have a master's, but then I joined P&G without experience. And I understood, okay, I got master's on the job, daily. And then now when I look on the master's programs, I understand, okay, maybe it would be interesting as a hobby, but I already learned all of it during the first or second year in P&G. So it's really like you are learning on the job daily because you have great opportunities to have managers from all the departments that can really spend time on your education. And it's in P&G, it's really like you feel on daily basis that all your managers, all your colleagues want to invest in your development because we grow from within. And if you do not develop, there will be no next leader of this function, etc., etc. So this is why in P&G, I started without any experience. I just had the right fit. And I was very passionate about the job I was doing. I needed to start doing. And this is why I think in P&G, you do not have the circle. You do not need experience. You need passion and the right fit.
Let's move on with the topic. I have kind of formula, which I usually explain to students, is like, for example, you're a student, you want to get a good and decent job. How it usually looks like. You need to score some kind of score. For example, to work in P&G, you need to score high score. To work in some other FMCG, maybe some lower or even lower. But you need a score. And usually you get that score by three things. The first one is your university. So how you behave there. Are you a good student or bad or so on? The second one is your extracurricular activities, what you do besides university, like case competitions like P&G CEO Challenge or some student activities. You know, there is an organization called ISIC, or there are case clubs in universities or business clubs. And the third one, the work experience. It can be a good one like internship, or it can be a very easy one like go into a burger chain and just spend the first summer trying to earn some money. So how will you deal with that? You find how many score you get in each of the situation. For example, you're in a very good university, so you get 50. And you're a good scholar there, you get 50. Or you're in a bad university, you get 30. So what does it mean? If you're in a good one, you can usually apply directly to P&G internship. If you're in a bad one, you also can apply, but it's highly likely that in competition with others, you will fail. So go to P&G CEO Challenge, go to other challengers, fix yourself, get some more points so that you can say, hey man, I didn't apply to a very good university, that was my fail, but I changed a lot. I won in P&G CEO Challenge, I won somewhere else, and I got the job. So focus on that score and get score from different sources and understand. If you have a bad university, nothing happened. Just pay attention to the extracurricular activities, get more points, and get a great, decent job in P&G, like colleagues have here.
No matter what university you work at or study at, however, the really important part is the experiences that you made. No matter what university you study at, you always have the opportunity to engage in extracurricular activities, to take over a leading role, join the local soccer team and become the team captain, join a student association and join their board. There are always ways to show your potential for leadership, your potential to do great things and to make a meaningful impact in the community where you live. That is what P&G is looking for. Just being a top student is great, but we're looking for people, personalities that reflect the values that we have at P&G.
I have some more questions. Next question is, what's about IT skills? Do economists, financiers, managers, and non-tech professionals need IT skills? I guess, and in your role, that's surprisingly must-have to have some IT or good analytical skills, right?
And this is very important that we are talking about the IT skills because the analytical skills you will need in P&G in any role. There is no role without these skills. In IT skills, and this is a very interesting one, you can come to nearly all the jobs in P&G without the skills, there is only one department, I think, that is really IT, where you need to know the Python, etc. And then P&G will invest into your development because we have all the resources for it. And even if you cannot do this and that, you will learn it very fast because we train people for the skills they need, as I already said. So you need to be open to always growing, the growth mindset. And then you can join any of the positions, but you do not need from scratch to know the IT skills to have the IT skills. Max, what do you think?
Yes, absolutely. I think when it comes to what do you need in IT skills across all functions, Excel. Don't be afraid of Excel tables, right? All the other skills you need, except for in very highly specified areas, technical fields, IT, you will learn on the job. I work in HR, so analytics is a field of development. And I was encouraged to improve my skill in that area. I was encouraged to learn how to use Power BI, how to use Tableau, to transform these hefty, big, ugly Excel sheets into something that is easily digestible, something that is easily presentable, and that you can interact with. Those are skills that you develop on the job, that you can develop on the job. And it's great if you already have them, but you don't need to have them to apply successfully at P&G.
By the way, let's name top 3 IT skills which you believe almost every P&G should know.
Before they start working in P&G?
Not before, so not like a prerequisite, but like a recommendation. So if you can and you have spare time, do learn it. For example, like Python. If you can and you can spend some time on learning Python, like the basics of it, do it. By the way, that would be my recommendation. If you can, do invest some time on it, so just to understand the concept of it. And then if on job you will need it, your learning curve will be much faster. What's your opinion, or your Max?
Okay, Max, my opinion is the same as I said previously. You need not to be afraid to be ready to learn. If you have time to learn something, learn to be very good in Excel and not afraid of it. And everything else you will learn on the job, really, as of day one. So if you want to learn Python, please do it, because it will teach you how to learn by yourself, and it will develop you yourself. But if you don't want to do it right now or don't have time, don't be afraid not to do it.
Okay.
Max, what do you think?
No, absolutely. The single most important skill that anyone can have is being willing to learn.
Yes.
Don't be afraid to fail, because you will learn through failure. Don't be afraid to try something new, whatever it is, right? Try to be a little bit better every day than yesterday. And when you look back at your journey after a month or a year, it will be amazing what you will have achieved, right? If you want to start with Python, start with Python. If you want to start with VBA programming to understand Excel a little bit better, start with that. If you want to do communication skills in a virtual setting because it's different, because you don't see the body language, do that. Great, right? Don't be afraid to learn. In the job, as soon as you will realize, oh, I need to improve this or that skill, and that will come, that realization. You can fall back on the knowledge that you know how to learn. Most important skill you can have is knowing how to learn and not being afraid to do it.
Yeah, and I fully agree with Max. Max, we have more questions. And this is something for you, I think. What is the corporate culture of P&G?
Ooh. I love my job. I can tell you that. The corporate culture of P&G. The example I use is has a lot to do with learning by doing and trusting you to learn, as I talked about before. So think about P&G as a huge ship swimming in the ocean, right? And you're a part of that ship, and so is every other P&G'er. Now, what happens is P&G hires you so that you think for yourself. It gives you your own project that you then lead and develop, and you improve, the project improve, business results improve, communities improve, we have the impact. The only way to do that and to get your individual results and input is to let you swim. So what the boat does is it puts you in the water and it lets you swim. And in the beginning, you know, the ocean is fairly calm and the waves are not that big, so you swim and it's comfortable. And then the ocean, the sea gets a little bit more rough. You know, the wind starts coming up, the waves get a little bit higher, you have to swim a little bit harder, but it works, you're getting better at swimming. At some point, the waves just get super high and you feel like, you know, you can't do this anymore, and you feel like you start drowning. And that's exactly when that big boat throws you a life ring, right? And when it pulls you out of the water and it shakes you dry, it gets you to be okay again. And you see the sea calming down, and then it throws you back out there so that you can swim again. And that's the process of how you grow. You become a better swimmer. You become a better whatever it is you do at P&G. How P&G gets your input on real challenges to get the impact for our communities and for the consumers that we serve. And that's the beautiful culture of P&G. It trusts you to swim, to lead. It empowers you to get better. And it helps you to do that along the way as soon as you need the support.
Yeah, and I agree here. The only thing I would add, it's when you talk to people in P&G and you ask them, what do you like about P&G? All the people say the same thing. It's people. It's people, environment, and time, the people. And I think it's very much linked to our PVPs and to the trust that you experience when you get into the company. From the first day, you feel very comfortable and you feel like you've got to the right place. And here you feel very safe to develop and to learn on a daily basis. And to grow the company and make the life of the people better. So,
I can add to this point, because I'm not a P&G'er, but I work with lots of FMCG companies, and I see from like outside what I would say how P&G is different. The first one is P&G is much more structured than any other FMCG company, and that's going to be very easily obscured. So when you usually work with FMCG companies like this and that, and you don't know what happens next, in P&G, hey guys, so we have a structure. Let's focus on that. Very structured, very approachable, very thoughtful. The second one is really FMCG is very focused on results and also the analytical research behind the results. I understand why your department is so important within P&G. Well, in some other FMCG companies, I wouldn't say they count a lot on that research, maybe more on some other things. And the third one is really the responsibility. I would also say that, especially taking into account the Russian market, P&Gers, people we work with, are usually even more younger than any other FMCG guys on the market. So really, lots of young guys which get a great responsibility of not exactly managing the $1 million brands, but because there is a team of that, but working closely together to do that. So this is really the one culture. So I would totally agree.
And here is very good the next question, because the question is, how quickly can you grow from junior's position to a team leader? So Max, what do you think? How fast can it happen?
We have a rotational scheme at P&G. So we call it assignments, right? The job that you do at any certain point in time, we call it an assignment. And you change that assignment every 2 to 3 years. Now, depending on that assignment change, you might work on a different brand, you might focus on a different customer, so a different retailer. You might switch it up even more and start to work internationally or even change the functions. And with all of these assignment changes, of course, they can be connected to a promotion, at which point you will be getting leadership responsibility, people manager responsibility.
Yeah, and here I fully agree.
And that's quite, like, as an outsider, that's quite, for me, very unordinary.
Yeah.
Because in other companies, our people which we work with are usually changed because they, like, fire. In P&G, that's different. People stay in P&G, but they get an absolutely different sphere. For example, in Russia, we closely work with HR people, and one of them just moved to marketing. And at the same time, another girl from marketing came to work as in HR. That was absolutely amazed. I was really absolutely amazed because in other FMCG companies on the Russian market, I couldn't find any other example of people moving from HR to marketing, because in Russia people think, oh, that's totally different things, like, you know, white and black. But here it is possible, and I believe that's an amazing thing because it helps people understand the business from different angles. A, and B, really, I believe if you're a young guy, you really don't understand what motivates you best. And having the opportunity to get different assignments, you can understand, oh, really, I applied to this position, but my real passion is this. And thanks for the company for allowing me to understand that. I really believe that this is an amazing thing. However, I think it's very difficult. So did you have that assignment when you had to switch the departments completely?
No, and it's basically not. To tell you the truth, in P&G, it's not that it's the basic culture that will change the departments. What is the most important right now is are your skills. So basically, what are your skills and where does your skills fit to? So for example, if your skills are very good and a good fit, for example, not for analytics and insight, but also for marketing, then you can move if there is an interesting assignment, but it doesn't mean that you have changed it forever. So
you can, or you're obliged to move?
No, in P&G we are never obliged. So basically we are managing our careers. We have very open culture. I can always, every day, talk to my manager about my opportunities, my career. We always talk not about what will happen today or tomorrow. We always talk about, like, how do you see yourself in P&G in 10 years? And then you build with your manager your career path. Okay, to get there, I need 1 to 3. And it doesn't mean that if you on day one have said something about, okay, I will become in 10 years, I don't know, vice president of analytics and insights, it doesn't mean that you cannot change your opinion, because within the years you feel differently. You learn something new, you see something new, and then you can change. But the interesting thing to me in P&G is when I was on the last interview with our vice president, I asked why are you working for P&G already for 20 years? Because to me it was like amazing, 20 years in one company. How can somebody decide to do something like that? And he said, like, you know, I always feel that with changing an assignment, I change a company, I have a very strong learning curve. And I said, okay, interesting, let's see. And I already experienced it. So you really feel with the change of assignment that you change everything. You have new team, you have new tasks, you have totally different challenges, and you learn like you are a new hire. Really, even after 5 years, I feel sometimes like, aha, this is something I have to tackle. And let's see if I can do it. And about the speed of the growth, I think that everything depends on the person. So every single one is responsible for its own career. And if you want to grow fast, I've seen a lot of people that grew to team leaders very fast. And by 25, 26 years, they've been team leaders. So it's all up to you, to your attitude and what you want to do with your career.
Do you have some assessments each year or each half year or each several years?
Max?
How is it structured within P&G? So, you know, you can get a promotion every time, or you need to wait for some window of opportunities like assessments or something like that?
Well, there needs to be a position that you can fill, right? So there needs to be a chain in place of somebody else getting promoted, a position opening up because we're expanding business. That needs to happen first, and then we take a look at, just like Anna said, right? Who is the person whose skills are best fit to the need that we have with this vacancy, and then we take it from there.
We have another question. Is master's, Max, to you, because you mentioned master's degree diploma, is a master's degree essential for going up the career ladder in P&G?
No.
In any region?
In any region.
I can imagine it in Russia because, we don't care about masters. Absolutely everywhere.
Max, may I take the question first?
No, go ahead. Go right ahead.
It's very interesting because you are telling, like, in any region, we are not fixed on the region. So in P&G, your career is not fixed to only one place you've been starting to. And this is why we say grow from within. So I do not see myself as a person that works in Russia. I see myself as a person that works for P&G and is responsible for Gillette, Oral-B, etc. So I can think myself in any region that my skills could be applied. And there would be never, ever a question, do you have master's degree? There would be a question, what did you learn? What are your skills? What is your score? How did you perform for the last years? Is there a potential? Are you ready to be promoted? Etc., etc. But I cannot imagine the moment when I would be asked about my diplomas, etc. Max, what do you think?
I love your passion on this, Anna, because you're absolutely right. And it goes back to the point of trusting your employees, right? When we hire people, we know they are smart. And when they perform well, we know they perform well. No matter your background, whether you are an arts major and have studied history on the side, yes, you can do finance. Why not? If you have a passion for it on the side, right, and you're convincing in the interviews, and we can see this working out, and you perform super well, great. Your education does not define who you are and does not define the potential you have. That is something that we strongly believe in, and why we trust anybody we hire early on in their careers to manage challenges, and when they progress, to manage the new challenges, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one.
It's very interesting that you've mentioned different education. So, for example, in my department, Analytics and Insights, we had people from philosophy faculty department, from math department, from arts department. So we've been all over different roles, and it was very interesting how your background can influence on how you will tackle the challenges you get, because you are developed within P&G as Analytics and Insights Manager, but you can always bring your education as a really good, interesting switch to how to tackle the challenge.
Max, is it the same in Germany in HR? Or you
Yes.
all have, okay.
Yes, it's the same, and I dare to say it's the same anywhere within P&G, because it's a company thing, right? A company value of trust.
Yes.
Then the question, which is kind of very interesting one for corporates and entrepreneurs like me.
Yeah.
Develop your business or grow up in the corporation. So someone is asking about that.
What do you think?
In fact, that was like my story. I started in a corporation, and to tell you a story, I even applied to P&G. But when I applied, that was 2007. I guess the amount of people wanted to get that position was just massive, and I didn't get the answer fast. And I received an answer from Microsoft, and I accepted it. And then when I accepted Microsoft, I received an offer from P&G, and I said, oh, guys, sorry. Then after Microsoft, I came to consultancy, to Kearney, then founded my own business. But in fact, I was really focused on my own business from the start. Why I thought about P&G or Microsoft or Kearney, because I knew that people from those cultures are really good as entrepreneurs. You know, before going to any other interview, I spoke with people, with people different companies, and they told, hey, in P&G, you can learn how to analyze and a great international culture, probably one of the best ones in the world. In Microsoft, IT product. In Carney, how to work 85 hours per week.
Per day.
Per day. In Goldman Sachs, per day. Yeah, so it all really helps, and I really appreciate that time in the company because it really helped me to jumpstart my business and grow further. But at the same time, now I know some entrepreneurs and I see they have absolutely no experience, and that smiles me a lot because I really think how hard it was for them to start that. Mm-hmm. So something like this. By the way, are there lots of entrepreneurs within P&G? So do you see people founding their businesses? Or do they mostly focus on founding something new within the organization? Because I know that you have a lot of innovation hubs. For example, Max, you were interviewing a person from Innovation Hub within P&G, where I think internal entrepreneurs, how people usually call them, can grow within the organization.
I don't know. I cannot tell if there are a lot of entrepreneurs within P&G that have separate businesses. So maybe they. I just do not know about it. But indeed, you say a very right thing. I feel like I am a kind of owner of my part of business in P&G, and this is. One of the things that we say is one of the values of P&G, that you feel your responsibility for your part of the business. So somehow every time when I think about changing something and I am involved in a lot of changes, I feel like, okay, if it would be my business, and I feel like it is my business, would I do this? Would I invest into this? Would I change the way how we look on this question? And indeed, I feel like I have the full responsibility, but on the other hand, I feel so honored by being within this big team. So for me, it's definitely the answer, corporation with a feeling of ownership within. But it's very important that when you grow, when you start your career, you have to feel what is right for you. Because if you feel that our corporation is not right for me, I want my own business, it's not the right one, etc., then you won't be happy. So every time when you decide, just think about where you will be happy and try, and then you will understand what is the right.
Like people call it now. By the way, lots of innovation in concepts were originally based in P&G. For example, a couple of years ago, I got amazed to know that the concept of product management. So everyone on the market, every student in I hope in Germany, in Russia, in the United States, they want to become a product manager. And I got to know that the first product manager was in P&G. I think like in 40s or 50s, the guy who was responsible for a P&L of growing the business within the organization. And it took like 40 or 50 years for that to grow within P&G. And one of P&Gers would come to Microsoft and say, like, oh, that is an amazing opportunity when you have that product manager. Why not do it in IT? And Microsoft started doing it like in 80s or 90s. And that got to, well known in the world. And now everyone wants to be a product manager. And I think lots of innovations really came from P&G and that sort of product management. And ownership, what you told, is amazing, which probably if I were an P&G employee would help me stay here longer and longer and longer than maybe have another assignment. So luckily I didn't enter it, otherwise I wouldn't found my own company.
Luckily I am in P&G, so we are here all together. So Max, I have one more question to you. What is the most important when P&G hires an intern? Attitude or aptitude?
Attitude or attitude? Well, attitude. The most important thing is that you are a fit for P&G, as broad as that may sound, but that comes back to seeing our purpose, values, and principles come to life in your person, in what you did before, in terms of maybe internships, right? In terms of extracurricular activities, in terms of joining a sports team, playing sports competitively, maybe starting your own business, right? So being a fit for the company that we are and the way that we do business is absolutely crucial. And you can learn all about this on our career and corporate websites.
Yeah, I agree here. And now we have one more question. So,
In fact, lots of them. So
yeah, we have a lot. I'm just looking.
Thank you, by the way, for your amazing
Yeah.
questions. It's a great pleasure of making this conference for you. So ask more questions, please.
So there is one. So we have like about 5 minutes for questions. So I will take not a very long one, but very interesting. Is it possible to relocate to another country within P&G?
Maybe Ed, and how? So that people would have a kind of role model of what to do.
And it's a very interesting question, because a lot of people are starting their career in international company with a purpose to move to different countries. But it's business. We are all running here business, and P&G is 180 years on the market because we are very thoughtful on this. So I will strengthen one more time my point. You need to grow, to develop yourself, to build your skills, and to have long-term vision of your career. And if at one point you will need to move to another country to grow within your path, it will happen. But just because you want to live in another country, it would be not a reason for business to move you. But if you have really strong skills and you really have the passion for development, the company will give you the opportunity to grow your skills, to grow within your career in the right place that will bring you the right opportunity, the right development in the right place. And it could be any country of the world where P&G has offices. Max, what do you think?
I absolutely agree, Anna. It's a question of your preferences, your development within P&G, matching up with a business need somewhere around the world. So yes, there are opportunities for international relocation and international work, but P&G is not a travel agency. So put really bluntly, because we also have a culture of straight talk.
And this is interesting that I just thought, should I say this or not? Because we always talk about, we always say in P&G is not a travel agency. Thank you, Max, for telling this out loud.
So yes, there are these opportunities, and they are encouraged to be taken, but they come as a result of your performance, your development, your potential, and a business need.
What comes first, attitude or aptitude when moving abroad?
It's not a matter of what comes first. It's a matter of both being there.
Okay, so what are the main products and categories that P&G focuses on? Interesting question, because it depends on the country. There was a great example how we started our business in China. So P&G always started businesses from going with laundry and then all the other products. It was always a business model. And then... Everywhere. So it was a business model. And then one of great persons from my department, CMK Analytics and Insights, did a research and said, you know, laundry would be not the right focus because in China, people care much more about their hair. So let's start with Pantene and Head and Shoulders. And this is how P&G started and focused on this category. So it always depends on consumers in the country. So we never say, we focus just on this business. We always look on consumers. We understand the consumer needs, and then we focus on what consumer needs. So P&G doesn't focus on any category. P&G focuses on consumers, and this is the most important thing. Max, what do you think?
Nothing to add. Absolutely agree. Wonderful story, by the way.
Was it successful?
Of course. Of course, it was one of the biggest success on when consumer comes first, your business will be successful. And this is what I feel in my job, because my job is consumer. And I always feel how I can influence any business question, because if you start with consumer, you will win. If you start just with a business need, you will just start with your business need and you can stay with your business need.
Because, by the way, please give some hints on customer development, because now I know that lots of people are talking about customer development, how to learn it, but it's like 2 words, but no one knows how to really know customers better. What are
And
your
by
hints?
customer, you mean consumer, right?
Yeah, consumers.
Okay, because sometimes it's retailers, for example,
Yeah,
customers.
yeah.
Okay, so how to learn your consumer, and Shannon said, I think, a lot of very right things on it. So first of all, it's empathy. You have to observe, you have to immerse, and
One
you
by
have,
one.
yeah. It doesn't matter how. So there are a lot of ways, and every time that I got a question, a business question from my bosses, I always think, okay, how can I tackle it? And I always look for the best way to answer the question. But it's always about the empathy to consumer, to really hear, not to have the hypothesis and get the answer and be open.
You need Pantene.
Yeah, like
No, you really need Pantene.
Yeah, it's a question that we normally go into an interview, not we, but I've seen such cases already with an answer.
Yeah.
Never do it.
Yeah.
Always be open to hear something
Like
about.
99% of startups.
Yeah, like it's Ask Your Mama or something like that. There is a book that says if you want to understand your consumer, understand the problem of the consumer. Listen to get the story of your consumer. Do
You
not
have
ask
specific questions for that?
open-ended questions.
Open-ended. So tell me your story.
So, for example, never ask, how do you normally wash your hair? Never ask how normally.
Yeah.
Ask, what was the last time you've
Yeah.
washed your hair?
Yeah. Okay.
What did you feel? And then you will get the story, about the consumer. So it's always very important that you just listen to consumers on how it happens on daily basis. So what is the life field in? You can use, for example, diaries, and ask consumer, what is your day?
And by the way, our colleagues are telling us that we're almost ready to begin. I'd like to remind our viewers that every year we choose one P&G brand and create the real business task dedicated to this brand. Previously, it has been Pantene, Gillette, Head & Shoulders, and this year participants are working with the Oral-B brand. Let's meet the first scene, Breaking Smart.
We are Team Breaking Smart from the Czech Republic. For us, the CEO Challenge represents a chance to meet inspiring, like-minded individuals, exchange ideas with them, and also network with P&G employees. It represents a chance for us to compete for an experience rather than a material prize, as is common nowadays. And foremost, it represents a chance for us to experience P&G as a company and see how a multinational corporation actually functions.
Hello everyone, my name is Daniel and I would like to sum up our experience during local finals. We enjoyed working with Oyo, who helped us a lot with his thoughts about our ideas, and we also found very useful the workshops you provide for us. We were able to split up and found all of the information we needed for the case study, and we were surprised by how networking went well. Even though it was online, this was something we were kind of worried. And see you soon.
Hi guys, I'm Adam from the Breaking Smart team, and I'm here to tell you about the expectations for this European final. First of all, we are super looking forward to meeting new people from all around Europe. Second expectation is to further develop and enchant our idea from the previous round. And of course, there's the third expectation, and that's to show everyone that we can do a proper case study in the Czech Republic and get that Mexico global final spot. Bye!
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, we're Team Breaking Smart, and we're here to present our solution to the P&G CEO Challenge 2021. The main insight that we had from our interview is that conveying brand images and messages is much harder in an online environment. What we propose is a transformative online e-shop experience that is modern, sleek, and it's more of a journey that a customer goes through than just like a normal click and buy design.
Let me start with a simple sentence. The e-commerce is booming, and that is typical for the COVID-19 pandemic. What's crucial is that this transition is also happening in the FMCG sector, and all the big players in the FMCG should pay a big attention to it. Here's our data that shows how the COVID-19 pandemic influenced the growth of e-commerce. We can see that when lockdowns came, the growth turnover ascended rapidly, and we need to bear that in mind. Let's jump into consumer insight, because we had a privilege to talk to one of the P&G Oral-B customers. We talked to 29-year-old millennial from Germany, and the key takeaway is that he loves to buy everything online, but on the other hand, loves a great in-store experience. Does product research online, but is aware of the sustainability and thinks there should be a lot of responsibility put on the companies in delivering sustainability. And also thinks that packaging should be reduced in general, and particularly in e-commerce. And we will be building upon that with our solutions.
We acknowledge the problem of conveying brand message is hard on the third-party stores, mainly such as Amazon, because of limited user experience. We also find out that the problem is that the customers, or it can be a problem, the customers tends to search more information about products, and thus they can compare them. And with bearing in mind the limited user experience online, we want to solve those problems.
Now, coming to the growth of our solution is that we want to create a centralized Oral-B e-shop that takes the retail experience online, from product interaction to brand messaging. Now, right on the bottom right is a screenshot from the current website. As you can see, it's very product focused. Only at the very right, there's a learn option that can give customers some insight into P&G and its products. What we want is to give customers the control, from finding reviews and product comparisons directly in Oral-B websites to AR and VR experiences. This will give customers the chance to nearly touch and feel the products themselves. Lastly, we want to give them an opportunity to customize and create limited editions to entice customers to get onto Oral-B website rather than third parties. This can nicely tie into data analytics, since we can already build customer insights just from them buying it, since we want return customers who come back to Oral-B and buy replacement brush heads and other products. The aftercare can be also integrated very nicely with follow-up emails and brand messages that can further convey P&G sustainability goals and other initiatives.
We want to strengthen the relationship with dentists by giving them the gift cards for their customers, and afterwards the customers can submit those gift cards on web stores where they can also find the limited editions, choose their favorite color, and build up their product. We would like to also include gamified process. We already
asked teams to use the design thinking approach and framework, and gave them all tools to understand it correctly and implement it. Max, can you tell us more about it?
Sure, Anna. So in the previous stages of the CEO Challenge this year, our participants solved classical case studies using a classical case study solving approach. But today was different, right? So today we wanted to bring them even closer to our business reality. And that is why we asked them to solve our business question by interviewing real life consumers and applying a design thinking methodology called Design Sprint to work on the business question. Now, we talked about this with Shannon before, but Andre, have you ever used this framework previously?
Yes, but it is usually used in startup case competitions. In fact, as far as I know, P&G CEO Challenge is the only business case competition where design thinking methodology is part of the process. And I really love it as it helps finalists produce great results within a very short period of time. We should know that students had only almost 1 day to make that brilliant presentation. So that was not a week or 2 or months, only 1 day. Moreover, I see that the design thinking methodology, I see it from last year, where I also saw some solutions, it leads to much greater diversity in participant decisions, which is great for our listeners, as usually on case competitions, you see like 10 identical solutions, maybe different slides, nothing else. And here I hope it will be completely different, so we shall see that.
All right, now let's talk about the team. So what I really liked about this team idea is that they put really the problems of the consumer into the center, that they want to be sustainable, they want it faster through e-commerce, but they still want some in-store experience, which is very important. What I liked a bit was, okay, the ROI, the financials, how we will do all of it. So it's an interesting idea, I think, that we should calculate first. Andrei, Max, what is your opinion? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I really like the aftercare relationship, they call it, because usually when you go out and you buy a dental care product, you buy it and it's done, right? You have it at home, you use it, and that's about it. But this team wanted to go a step further. They wanted to continue having a relationship with the end consumer, and I think that was super interesting. I would have loved to see their ideas on the gamification part. So if I was a judge, that would be one of the questions I would be asking. Andrei, what do you think?
As for me, I see myself in their shoes. I participated in 2007 or 8 in case competition, and we made I think, brilliant ideas, brilliant presentation, but I think we lacked some story behind. This is what I hear here. Guys made a great job. They have lots of insights, lots of information, but what I lacked is this story. For me, the concept was very, I would say, very massive with lots of ideas, and I didn't see one story. But we shall see what judges see, because that competition I lost, maybe guys would win. And also, we should know that we have seen only part of the solution. Yeah, and because of some rules of P&G CEO Challenge, we cannot see the whole presentation of the team. But also, what I liked, students made a really nice and very nice looking presentation. You see those, images moving on and so on. I think they spent a lot of time on that.
Yes.
And that's, by the way, one of my advices to case solvers, not to spend time on that, really, because as far as I know, judges really rarely see on those great animations, but you usually spend lots of time, and especially that animation usually falls 5 minutes before you start your presentation, and you're, this animation failed, what can I do? And you're so negatively excited that sometimes you can fail the presentation. So don't spend a lot of time on animation and focus more on the logical story.
It's very good advice, I think, because it's very important to have a story. Because if you have a strong story, everyone believes you. If you have just some facts, it will be just some facts that do not have anything to do with each other. But in P&G, we learn how to do great presentations. So you do not have to present the best ever presentation during the challenge. Show that you can think strategically, and then because for me right now, it's very important to build very interesting presentations with strong stories behind it. Max, what do you think?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Getting your presentation to a point where you're telling a story that draws your audience in makes it so much easier to sell your idea at the end of the day. And by the way, for our viewers out there, selling an idea and getting people on board with an idea might be one of the most crucial skills to have in business, no matter what function you work in. And if you want to improve your skills in that area, learn a bit more as we talked about before, head over to Presentation Gym, a new channel on YouTube from one of our P&G presentation gurus, where you can upload your own presentations and get feedback on them from him, in addition to videos where he dissects and analyzes different talks and speeches that famous people gave. So just a side benefit for our viewers out there today.
Yeah, and some other piece of advice, I would add two things. The first one is, before you sell, do a pre-sale. It's almost impossible to do now on P&G CEO Challenge because we don't have that pre-sale, but I think in real business situation, it helps a lot. When I was in consultant, my manager once told me that if on the last presentation you give something new to your client, you failed. You failed completely at the same time. There will be someone in the meeting room who would say, oh, that idea is a total crap, so change it a lot. So before you go, you should pre-sell everything. That is the first thing. And the second one is a concept called situation complication resolution, which is believed to be one of the best storytelling techniques. Very simple. So this is how it helps. This is why it helps. And by the way, I know that in P&G, as far as I know, you don't sell problems, you sell opportunities. So what is the opportunity? And then how to tackle it. Yeah, steps 1, 2, 3, how to do it smoothly.
Yes.
Yeah, that's amazing opportunity to make it fast. You can apply this concept if you have 1 minute presentation or if you have 10 minutes or 20 minutes presentation and so on.
Okay.
Yeah, so looks like we have spare time and now we can move on to another presentation. Yeah, Max, what's the name of the next team?
TikTok lovers.
Coming up next is the TikTok lovers team.
So let's see it.
Sustainability to do base sustainability just by adjusting habits, not breaking, adjusting habits consumers already have using apps and relying on voice of society. And here we have our hero. Summary of the interview with him will be provided by Mike.
Yes, now I would like to quickly summarize the results of our design thinking process. Surprising factors for us were that the user does not really do much to protect the environment, as my colleague talked about. At the same time, he feels tension and embarrassment due to the fact that he just throws away the plastic packages. Also, our user claims that he buys almost all products online and expressed his readiness to buy goods without packaging at all. We asked ourselves a number of questions that you can see on the slide, but the key question remains: how can we encourage our customers not only to think about the environment, but to start doing something? After the brainstorming process of ideas, we were able to create 3 prototypes: an app for eco-user, shrink wrap, and refills. The main prototype will be the app, since it is this app that helps to unite all our solutions. Most importantly, these solutions will help us stick to the closed loop idea. Next slide, please. Let's move on to a detailed description of prototypes. Our app will be quite complex and combine the following functions. The user will be able not only to purchase the product, but also to return the packaging from it. Thanks to partnerships with dentistries, the app will contain a map with clinics cooperating with P&G, where you can buy Oral-B products or return packaging. By the way, why this collaboration is profitable for P&G? In our view, it will increase the traffic in these dentistries. At the same time, It will improve the number of purchases of Oral-B products since customers have big trust to dentist recommendations. What are the benefits for the shopper? In view of the trend for the use of mobile apps, he only has to make a couple of clicks on his phone to buy a product, return his packaging, go to the clinic, and get professional help. Let me continue with the shrink wrap. The technique is easy as you buy sneakers. Remember how they are pressurized by temperature or vacuum with special materials and are sold in this way. We will do the same with Oral-B products. The main advantage for our target user is the absence of packaging, since in his opinion it is needed only for protection. Also, the user will not store the boxes at home, and this packaging will either be disposed or given for recycling. The last prototype is the refills. The user buys a special container, by analogy with a soap dish, and then buys special packages with the paste for refilling this soap dish-like container. Alternatively, the user buys the brush alone with a special container where he will store the brush heads. Advantages? The price is lower. You don't need to throw it away. You just store it in a container and give it back to P&G. Gleb, please proceed.
Yeah, and I want to return to the main, our prototype. Is it complicated to use an app? Of course, no. And now I want to clarify this idea and add some ideas of backward logistics from both sides, consumer and companies. Let me start with consumer side. First of all, he or she open his app and find the places where he can buy products of Oral-B, to find the nearest partner dentistry or offline shop, or to make purchase online and take products with the help of Postmates. Postmates helps to decrease the cost of delivering to the door. Persons buy Oral-B products, use them with the help of his app. It analyzes his oral care behavior and gives advices about the technique and about eco-friendly behavior. After using, a person has a lot of empty packages of refills. If the person chooses for the next purchases online format, he or she makes a new list of products to buy and to the same time a list of packages which he wants to return. While he or she takes new products with using Postmates, he or she returns empty packages. If the person uses other channels, he also can hand over used packages. After the first cycle, the person will buy only the refills, since he has owned the bodies and of toothbrush and the bottles of toothpaste. To inspire people to use the distribution channels, to return packages, to increase the quality of personal.
Okay, we have seen the second presentation, but this time let's start by discussing the strengths and the areas that create opportunities. So I was amazed how they thought through the 300-degree model of the refills getting back and how you can storage it. So they thought about everything, the consumers, the retailers, the customers, everything. They even found the PG bonus cashback, which is right now something that we promote on a daily basis. So yeah, I'm really amazed. I think that the presentation was a bit, not the presentation, but the slides were too cluttered, so too much information. It looked much more as infographics or executive one-pager than a presentation. So my recommendation is always to be focused on what you want to bring. It should not look very fancy, but be focused on what idea you want to bring. So like the slide that we've seen before we switched back to studio. So for those of you watching this, be sure to share your opinion in the comments. Andrei, what do you think about what was interesting?
So what I liked, the first one, I would totally agree with you that the presentation was very thoughtful, and lots of insights, lots of packages. So practically, you can take this presentation, give to people and to the team, and they would do it. Yeah, that's amazing thing out of the presentation, what I told you. Situation, complication, the resolution. So the resolution was like 100% complete. That is what I like. The second one, in fact, I liked how the team members told their story. So the presentation style, how they tell, is a great thing. And by the way, taking into account what you told, that the slides were a little bit massive, clunky, probably I would even take out of the presentation and let the person who was presenting just to say it, because he was doing his job amazingly.
Yeah.
What maybe I would change, I would put much less info on the first slides, just the main idea, maybe that's all. And B, what I think could be the drawback of this solution is too much focus on app. Because like I open my app where I store all the notes now for that solution, and I see it. I have 10 screens of apps. How many of them I use? Like 1%. So that would be the problem, and maybe one of the toughest problem on this solution, how to help people use this app as often as possible. And that's a very difficult question, because in this case, P&G would have to fight with Microsoft, Google, Yandex, any other software and game providers, lots of people who produce great apps. And that's a very difficult task. So Max, what do you think?
I agree with both of you. What stood out to me was, well, one, their marketing slogans, right? Easy as buying a sneaker. That makes it very relatable. What also stood out is their consumer profile. They interviewed a 29-year-old, but towards the end of the presentation, they highlighted how their app could be used by anybody from any age group. So they went beyond, and Anna, to your point, yes, including all the consumers out there, really showing the scalability of their idea. Beautiful. I also agree with you that the slides could have been improved. And really, slide design is basic physics. Light travels faster than sound. So when you show a slide and you start talking, my eyes are already reading your slide. And that takes away attention from what you're saying. So declutter the slides, and you will get more people to pay attention to what you're saying versus what is written on the screen. And that might have saved them some time, because it sounded like they were rushing through it a little bit.
By the way, I think that is the problem of online presentations, because when we're offline, we see both the slides in person, and we see his or her mimics, we see the movements. When we're online, we have like huge presentation and very small, place for a person.
Here I don't agree with you, because I'm here with Max more. Yeah. Every time when I'm bringing the presentation to the board, for example, I always think what is on my slide, because they read very fast. And if I put something, they will read it before I start talking. And then it would be a challenge for me to explain why it's not like that. Yeah. So I think that you should be very thoughtful when you put something on your slide. Better nothing, better white, than something that can be interpreted not in the right way.
Maybe let me rephrase. So I was not opposing that. I was saying that with online presentation, it is even more important than with offline.
Yes, here I agree. Yes. Yeah. So thanks for your thoughts. For our viewers, I want to stress that the final decision is on our judges' shoulders. So that's why we need to review how this process is organized. Max?
Yes, so our aim is to evaluate the team's presentations from several different perspectives. And that is why our top management panel of judges also consists of 3 highly experienced managers from different functions. And coming from their functional perspectives and drawing on their business experience, they will judge the team's presentations according to 5 criteria. First, the relevance of the insights the team detected. Are they valuable and relevant to consumers and the Oral-B brand as a whole? Second, how does the idea resolve the consumer tension and improve the consumer experience that was uncovered in the empathy stage? Does the idea have a positive impact on consumers? Does it really add anything new, or is it more or less like an existing solution? And also considering the interactivity that the idea has with consumers. Third, originality, innovativeness, and creativity of the idea, as well as the overall quality of the presentation. And then finally, the wow effect. Judges will hear a lot of presentations today, a lot of really, really great insights. But could the presented idea make the consumers go, wow, blow their minds? That is what we're looking for.
So while we were talking, we received some interesting questions in the stream comments. So Let's talk about the assessment and the interview. Max, do you have any advices for the interview process?
Yes, prepare. So the scores that you get are valid for 12 months. So make sure to take a look at our website to know what assessments will be waiting for you, and make sure to prepare for them.
So what I have just learned that the next team is already ready. Yes?
Yeah, let's ask our colleagues. Are we ready with the next team?
Brains and Brown are ready.
Yeah,
Right.
we're ready. So we have the next team, Brains and Brown. So let's watch the video introduction, please.
Welcome to the Badrick Dental Review, where we will shortly be joined by Brains and Brawn, representing the Northern European cluster. Over to the team for them to tell you a little bit more.
Hi, I'm Steph, and I'm a final year biomedical science student from the University of Edinburgh. Didn't even think we'd get it this far, and we're so happy for the chance to compete. We anticipate it's going to be a round of intense casing, lots of research, conversations about teeth, we look forward to seeing you there. I'm Steph, and I'm one of the brains of the operation.
So that was our first team member, Steph, who is recommended by 9 out of 10 dentists. Next up, we have Vivian. Over to you.
Oh, I was just about to brush my teeth using Oral-B. I'm Vivian. I'm from Brains and Brawn, and I'm one of the brains of the operation. I'm studying biomedical engineering right now in UCL. And our experience in the local final has been really fun so far. I think we have really great team dynamic, we are pretty fun people, but when it comes down to this competition, we can be quite serious. We are honestly really excited to be representing Northern Europe, and now I'll pass it along to the brawn of the operation.
That was Vivian, the best American get. Next, we have Nick.
Nick! Hurry, dude, you're up next. What? I swear we've got another 15 minutes. What?
Hi, I'm Nick, a fourth-year material scientist at Imperial College in London and the final team member of Brains and Brawn. And the reason why Brains and Brawn is joining this year's P&G CEO Challenge is so that we can challenge ourselves. But we also look forward to meeting all the other participants and the P&G employees in order to expand our horizons and also to find out more about P&G and the FMCG industry.
That was Brains and Brawn. Good luck to them at their European regional final. And remember, viewers, to floss.
Cycle your products by giving it to the postman for an upgrade of a new Oral-B toothbrush, the postman would give it to Oral-B. That is the mechanism. And also, when you're returning a brush body, you do so with the same packaging. Vivian.
Now, I'm going to talk to you about the 3 key features of our model. The free trials at home allow us to recreate this very important tactile experience at home instead of at the store, because our consumers would like to get a feel of their product way before they actually commit to it. And once they try it at home, we can also give recommendation on which brush head is actually the best for them, because our consumers also say that sometimes they get a little bit confused with a lot of range that Oral-B has. The gamification via app is also important to incentivize our consumers to give unbiased reviews, because again, one of their purchasing decision that's very important an installment to lower the barrier of adoption by spreading the initial cost of investment into months. Next. So this is some of the prototypes that we have already made. On the left side, we see the chart of the performance of 3 brush heads being compared. And this actually allows us to overcome the preconceptions of what makes a good electric toothbrush in the first place, based on the real-time data that Oral-B provide via the existing app. And this is really good as well for P&G, because we know that P&G is big on innovation, and these troves of data would be able to inform us in which direction our innovation in the future should go. On the right side, we see the user-friendly reminder to ensure that they only keep the things that they really like in order to align with sustainability. Next. Next, we allow them to actually journal their entry based on recommendation. And the important thing is we also allow it to be gamified. So after they put the review, they would be able to spin a wheel of fortune, see if they can get a discount. And this is important to reinforce a good habit of reviewing and also strengthen the brand loyalty in the future. And again, this data can be used for P&G for further innovation. So I want to highlight about how this solution actually is very consumer-centric. We know that consumers have preconception on what makes a good electric toothbrush, even though it's not based on real data. And we challenge this by allowing them to have personal experience and the real-time data provided by Oral-B. Secondly, we know that they care about professional recommendation and friends and family. We bolster this by giving even unbiased reviews from strangers. Third,
so that was the third presentation from our participants, and I highlighted for myself the great structure and how into the details they thought about everything about the execution and the consumer, and how they said it by themselves that they are very consumer-centric. So unfortunately, we got very small part because of our copyrights, right? But I think that here is a great idea that could be applied within P&G, and I really like the presentation of the team. So how they started, because they mentioned all my favorite brands like Gillette, the best a man can get, and Oral-B and Braun. So Max, what do you think?
I absolutely agree. The introduction video they had was super creative, and that creativity was continued in the presentation that they delivered. We talked about the slides. The slides were I felt better now. But what really stood out to me from their presentation was the app that they wanted to develop. It didn't feel like a traditional oral care app that would just track where you put your toothbrush, but it felt like it had more advanced features that would make people more likely to use an application such like that. The only thing that I noted was on the constructive end for the idea of the trial at home. When you give me a toothbrush to try at home, right? And I try it out for 3 months and I decide, you know what, I want to go for an even better Oral-B toothbrush now. And I send you this toothbrush back. What happens with it? So that would be my question to the team as a judge. But yeah, I'm sure the judges will dive into this and many other things as well. But I also think it's time to find out about one of the topics our viewers have selected and voted for, and to discuss that one. So maybe we can take a look at how the voting has progressed.
Yes, let's have a look.
Yeah, let's ask our team to show. Yeah.
So, and the winner is the world is changing rapidly. Which new soft skills are now valued by employers?
Yeah, and the second place are entrepreneurial spirit and a corporate career mutually exclusive things. So let's speak about the first topic, which won. The world is changing rapidly. Which new soft skills are now valued by employers? I can start. I would say that soft skills in general are more valued by employers now than before. So, but before going into that, I would tell the classical thing about corporate career. Before you start with hard skills, you end with soft skills. That's how it usually happens. Yeah, and now I see that more and more roles are coming with not just start with hard skills, but start with hard skills and good soft skills, especially when you go to work in FMCG. For example, if you go to work in investment banker, oh, you're to work 95 hours, so just do your hard skills good. When you come to FMCG, you need to work with lots of teams, you need to speak with lots of teams so as to help that massive structure move along, you know?
Yes.
Start a new product, start a new launch, change something in a product where everything changes like every month or every 2 months, as FMCG is fast-moving consumer goods. So I would say the whole soft skills are much more important now than it used to be a couple of years or even decades ago.
Yeah, I fully agree with you that it's now much more important in the changing world, and I would say that it's never be back to normal. It will be the new normal that we are living in. It's the ability to change, and it's very important that we have both of the words in the question and in the answer, because now we cannot predict everything. And people who are stable in their mindset would experience enormous stress with the changes, and to embrace a change, to be able to love going out of a comfort zone is something that will help you to drive yourself into development in your career, in your knowledge and skills, and help the company to be always on time with the trends. Yeah. Because if you embrace the change, if you feel comfortable going out of comfort zone, you will be very much valued. And this is something that everyone can learn just on daily basis, like going not in the same way how you did it previously to the job, starting differently your day. So you do not have to change everything, like enormous things in your life. Change every day something and learn on how you feel there. And if you feel something very positive, just remember how it felt. Remember how it felt when you did this small change and felt very positive. Max, what do you think?
Absolutely. If everything is changing so rapidly, the most important skill will be to be able to adapt to that change. That means the skill to learn. And I think the second most important skill would be to be able to communicate effectively. Because we don't know where this road will take us. We don't know with whom we will be working with tomorrow. Will it be face to face? Will it be virtually? Will it be people from your own culture, different culture? So being able to communicate with anybody and everybody, that is going to be another key for people to have and to be skilled in.
Now let's move to another team. That's the team Gravity from Netherlands. Let's see the video introducing the next team.
Hi, I'm Vlad and I'm from Romania, and I would like to share with you the meaning of the CEO Challenge for our team. This competition is a unique opportunity for us to discover P&G as a business and also the purpose, the values and the principles that govern this company. Now, Alicia is going to share with you our experience from the local final.
Thanks, Vlad. So my name is Alicia, I'm the German in the team, and overall our team had a really great experience at the local stage. We were able to benefit from a very passionate coach, and just generally it was really interesting and inspiring to see how many different solutions there were by the teams to essentially the same problem. So what about you two?
Thank you, Alicia. Hi everyone, I'm Theodor from Bulgaria and I'm the team leader of Gravity. We united with the idea that diversity can bring positive value to a large corporation like Procter & Gamble. We come to the European finals with the expectation to meet like-minded people, to learn more about Procter & Gamble, and last but not least, enjoy the whole process. Let's do it!
The meaning of the CEO Challenge for our team.
Disappointed because neither the packaging nor the product delivered what was promised for her. So with this in mind, I have one question for you. Are you ready to tap? We proudly introduce to you Oral-B Tabs. These are specifically designed tablets that provide an easy to use alternative to toothpaste and mouthwash. They're designed in a solid form so that we can store it in an eco-friendly packaging. Furthermore, they're packaged in a glass luxury jars, providing an even better experience than a regular oral routine. Based on our analysis, two main lines of toothpaste will be introduced, a regular care line and a teeth whitening Tabs White line. Furthermore, we'll be introducing Tabs Mouth line, which is a sustainable mouthwash alternative. The Tabs were specifically designed with our customer Lara in mind. With them, we address three main concerns. Firstly, they're extremely easy to use. Secondly, the Tabs are sustainable. The unique concentrate formula allows for compact packaging without wasting too much shelf space. And thirdly, the Tabs are 100% plastic-free by the glass jar bottle design, which could be reused many times. The unique formula to communicate with our customers is through a customized QR codes, which are located on the cap of every jar. That way, the customer can access simple instructions containing information about 1, how to use the product, and 2, what is the product made of, bringing further transparency to our consumers. In there, we elaborate on the cruelty-free raw products used for creating the tab. So let me quickly share with you how those tablets work. For the tablets, for the toothpaste tablets, you chew it for a few seconds and then it starts foaming, just like a regular toothpaste. For the mouthwash tablets, you insert it in 20 to 30 milliliters of water and wait for it to dissolve. By using the solid form, the tabs are much more compact than regular toothpaste and mouthwash, allowing for increasing efficiency supply chains, which reduce environmental impact of our products.
After solving Lara's initial problems, we wanted to make a step ahead to think about the pain points that our shoppers might face. And we have in mind 3 ideas. One would be the availability for everyone. We know that P&G can reach 700 million people between 80 and 30 years old and has about 1 million stores in Europe. Foam. People would like to have experience that is very closely related to the actual brushing experience. Based on the customer insights, it has to feel good and refreshing. And we believe that this can be achieved by conferring foam to our product. By using solid products, the customer can always use the same dosage, which is a great advantage compared to the toothpaste. Right now, I'm going to present to you the customer experience of the future. The existence of IO app can be leveraged by including several extra features that will take shoppers' experience to the next level, making the app user-friendly. For example, we have click and buy, which means actually that would remind to the customers to buy new tabs when they run out of it. We have click and collect. Basically, the customers receive achievements and are reminded every day about their environmental impact. And then we have click and connect. The customers are able to share their achievements with their friends and families, creating a hype around the sustainability and the product. As a final advantage of the app, we believe that customers can also be educated through this app. P&G has a unique chance to create a long-term lasting impact by adopting oral tabs, including all the relevant stakeholders in the process. People, we believe that 1 jar has to be donated for every 20 purchases to the refugee camps. Planet, P&G will come 1 step closer to achieve the 2030 environmental sustainability plan. 1, by reducing the amount of virgin oil needed to produce toothpaste, and 2, reducing the amount of plastic placed.
So we have reached the midway point of the team performances, and we have 4 more teams to watch. But for now, let's take some time to talk about this team's performance. I really liked this particular team. They were super innovative with their tab idea and the QR code to give full transparency to consumers on demand. I also really like that the tab idea weaves in really nicely with the EC30 products, which are basically little discs of shampoo and fabric care products that when you add water to them, unfold their full potential. And seeing the similarities, that's just really cool from a business perspective. I also really like that consumers could have a daily sustainability impact overview right on the app on availability from the fingertips. And the only question I would have is, since they showed the profit numbers, I would be curious for them to walk us through how the financial aspect of this product would work. Andre, what did you think?
I think they either win or lose. That's how I usually call these kind of solutions. So these guys provide a really innovative solution. And to my experience, that's really either this side or this side. So why they can win? Because that is something completely new. So I don't know if P&G has this tablet. I think no, I have never heard of it. It's something like very strange and very new. So maybe judges say, hey, that's the idea which we want to implement. Or judges would say, cosmonauts. Like, people, these are cosmonauts. Like, what? What were you doing last night so as to implement that solution? So really, in my opinion, mostly these teams win. Really, mostly these teams win because why I was thinking about it, maybe because of it is a case competition, not a real time. In case competition, you want something new and fresh. While on the job, sometimes you say, okay, if I want to implement this, I need to invest like hundreds of millions of dollars, and I will be responsible for that hundreds of millions of dollars. And in real life, it would be much more difficult to implement these things. But in case competition, yeah. So I would say that I think they are going to win, especially taking into account that their presentation was very nice, smooth, and easy. So not great animation, but very nice, clean, and very thoughtful in terms of structure. So Anna?
So I think it was wow, from a very different angles. So number one is the clear presentation. So this one of the examples when you not over-invest into the presentation, but it's so to the point that you understand everything from the first moment. Number two, very innovative. Innovative from very different angles. So for example, even if I, as Oral-B manager, won't take the idea of tablet itself, I can reapply a lot of details of what they propose. So for example, on how you communicate to the consumer their effect on the sustainability and the world. How you communicate, like for example, the QR code, and you connect everything, the retail, the e-com, the packaging all together. So all these connections, they have not only one big innovative idea. This one we can assess, and we can assess it, and as Max, you mentioned, calculate the ROI of the process, but I can take a lot of small innovative ideas they have there and implement them as of tomorrow. And this is why I was really impressed by the preparation, by the ideas, by the thought through presentation. So I really liked it. So it's like the wow effect for me. So maybe
innovation is actually a really nice keyword, because we heard a lot of innovative ideas via the team presentations today. But we also have a little video on innovation at P&G. So let's take a look at that.
In the P&G business, you'll find innovation everywhere, helping us gain competitive advantage, improve people's lives, and generally make the world a better place. Innovation fueled by the ideas of thousands of scientists and engineers based all over the globe. From the start of your career, we'll ask you to make breakthroughs too. Imagine working in a team where you can suggest putting motion sensors and video recognition into a Bluetooth toothbrush, and then see that idea brought to life.
Innovation doesn't just happen in the research lab, of course. Our manufacturing facilities are some of the most advanced in the consumer goods world. We're now harnessing 3D printing to create razor prototypes, and we're industry pioneers in using collaborative robots to automate and improve packing processes. We really are dedicated to realizing the possibilities of smart connected plant.
The size and scale of our business means huge opportunities for innovation in our supply chain too. We've even produced the first ever shampoo bottle from recycled beach plastic and put it on the shelves. The great thing about being here is seeing the impact you have in the real world. I've already achieved far more than I expected at this stage of my career. What will you achieve at P&G?
And now, the team Level Up from DACH cluster is preparing to speak. And let's see what are they. Let's go with the video, guys. Please switch it on.
Hi everyone, my name is Madhu Chada and I'm a master's student in the Franco School of Finance and Management. Along with my team Level Up, we're going to be representing the DACH region in the Europe finals of the P&G CEO Challenge. And I'm really looking forward to what the next level brings. And one thing that I really learned in the last local finals was that time is key and you have to really perform well under pressure to do well in the challenge. So looking forward to the next steps.
Hi everyone, my name is Anna. I'm 23 years old and I'm currently working in an IoT startup called Akenza. I'm a junior growth marketer in a team of around 30 people. In the local finals, I really enjoyed the time with my team and our mentor. I learned a lot of things, we had a great dynamic and it was so nice to exchange and learn from each other. My expectations for the European final are basically just meeting exciting people, exchanging ideas, and generally just meeting people with a very business-oriented mindset. I'm excited to hear all their ideas and initiatives, and I can't wait to meet everyone. Bye!
Hi, my name is Konstantin Sturtzkop, and I'm competing in the team Level Up as well. I'm still a student, but I've really enjoyed the experience of working together in a team during the DACH finals so far. I'm really looking forward towards the European finals and I hope to see you all soon.
Shape box that we want to introduce. It will help P&G by shipping more products in one go. They can be stacked on top of each other and can take lesser space, which will lower emissions for the transportation. And the second thing that we really wanted to keep in mind for Chris, that he wanted to go with something sustainable, but it's always a decrease in quality or a change in habit that he has to agree with. But with this change, the whole tube of the toothpaste will not change. So his experience would remain the same. Just the difference would be him unpacking from the box. So by using the tube, he will have his same daily routine. There'll be no adjustment or inconvenience caused. And P&G, on the other hand, can benefit from that as it will retain its customers, not demanding too much of change from them, while also increasing brand awareness that it is the brand with this wedge-shaped toothpaste box. And then we also thought that when a customer is opting for something more sustainable and really is indifferent at the age group of 30 to 50 on spending a little bit more money, we can also charge an extra money on making something more sustainable and while not reducing the quality. Then we kind of created a summary of benefits. And as I discussed below, before, convenience was not being affected and the packaging won't be used. And P&G can benefit in a lot of great ways. That is, first, the production cost will decrease as well as less material will be used for packaging. That would mean there will be less paper used and also less ink that is used on the covering and printing of the box. Then the second thing we thought about was that the user experience would be intact, so no loss in customer. And then the third thing we want to say is that everybody will relate to P&G and say, oh, they are distinct. They started this new trend and this can continue. And the fourth thing is, of course, what every business exists for is a profitability. So when we make a box like this, we will be reducing material, which would reduce costs. And then we can also say that we will be increasing the selling price as some people, especially in this age group that we are talking about, are willing to pay a bit more to be more sustainable and without losing quality. And this can also be seen in the reduction of CO2 waste and their reduced carbon footprint. So with this, we like to say that our vision would be that create this packaging and make P&G revolutionize the whole toothpaste packaging industry. And in turn, with further developments, like kind of revolutionize the whole toothpaste itself. And then we want P&G to be the lowest CO2 footprint company in toothpaste packaging. And we believe in this. I'm going to ask you if you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, team, for your presentation. Thank you. So, dear judges, we have 5 minutes for questions.
So this was a very interesting presentation. Andre, what stood out to you the most?
That was a very German solution. And I would say it is a plus. So very strict and up to the point. Like BMW M5, which gets straight to the point, as fast as possible as you can, or Mercedes or Audi, which other German car do you like? But at the same time, I believe that was like some cons of that solution. What I didn't see here, I didn't see the soul. So compared to the previous solution, I saw the soul there. And here I think that solution, this solution was too economic, to focus on economics, to focus on business results for the company. Although guys provided the mission statement and so on, but I didn't see that the mission statement was so the result of the solution. So very mixed feelings about this. So if I were like a business manager and that was a proposal by my employee within the company, I would say, yeah, I would earn lots of money on that. If I were to think if I'm to innovate my company with this solution, probably not. So that's a very interesting thing. Now, I'm not a judge, and I know that judges are usually either these kind of guys or these kind of guys. So we shall see. But one thing which I think they should change in the future, that is the mistake which like 60% of teams have already made. Too much text on slides, really. Yeah, it was very difficult to understand what they were talking about. I wanted to read, but they would tell. And so I would say like very mixed thing. Very good in terms of business, but maybe let's put some more soul in it. So guys, what do you think, Anna?
So I agree here with you. So a very interesting solution in terms of how to perform it, and they were really good in terms of how to calculate it. That it will really put premiumness and innovation into the center, and this is why the company will gain more profit. The thing is that the column on the left with the consumer, called Chris, was out of 2 bullet points, while the P&G were out of 4 bullet points. And this normally doesn't work. So if you want to have 4 points and bullet points in
you should
P&G,
have an equation, yeah?
you have this. You need to have the same number of consumer profits in the left column. But I think that there were a lot of good things in terms of how to implement it. So the idea was so good thought through in terms of how to execute it. So it's really easy not to innovate, but to implement, which is also very important to the business. Not always bring like sand castles to the business, but also to tell how to do it. Normally people miss it. So let's move on. Right here is watching presentation that includes solutions for a real business problem. And this aligns with the P&G concept of day one. What does it mean? It means that in P&G, you start feeling a sense of responsibility from the very first day, because you quickly dive into real matters, making an impact on the world, on P&G brands, on your own career. Max, do you remember your first day in P&G?
Yes, and I'm going to tell you about a time that I failed. So I got my first big project right after I joined P&G, fresh from university, and I went over budget because of a decision I made in marketing, and I did not get the return on investment that I was looking for. So I talked about this with a lot of colleagues and even asked my boss, I had the feeling that you saw this coming all along. So why did you let me spend that extra 3,000 euros? And I will honestly never forget her response, because she just smiled at me and she said, well, because your development is worth more. So what would you do differently next year? And after I mentioned the changes that I would make, she trusted me to lead the same project again next year. And as a team, we then delivered an even cooler event, attracted over twice as many students as the previous year, and even saved a few thousand euros. So the return on investment just skyrocketed. And there are many more examples like this, because this is the culture of P&G, right? P&G empowers you to make decisions, allows you to learn in a safe and supporting environment, and trusts you to learn from the mistakes that you will make along the way. And seeing this growth mindset come to life every single day makes me super grateful to be a part of this company. What about you, Anna? How do you remember your first big project at P&G?
I remember it like it was yesterday. So I got my first project right after I joined P&G, and to me it was a huge responsibility, as it was a very, very strategic question. It was a request from our country GM to assess the potential of a new, strongly growing white space. It was a very high priority. I needed the decision as soon as possible, and I had nearly no budget. So I was quite stressed as I was fresh at this job, and then I experienced so much support and coaching and guidance from my manager and the help of my colleagues. So after a couple of weeks, I got the chance to really influence big strategic choices in P&G Eastern Europe across all the brands. So that feeling of that I can change everything, even as a new hire, really motivated me. And I hope that everyone in P&G can experience something like that. So I think that the next team is ready. Let's see.
It's called Mediterranean style. Let's see the cool Mediterranean video.
Hi everyone, I am Davide, and with Joel and Sara, we are the Mediterranean style team. We are from Italy and Spain. And so, what does the CEO Challenge mean to us? I think it means great opportunity, since we are meeting people who work and who hopefully will work within P&G, an impactful company. And I think it also means competitiveness and collaboration. We are working all together to the same task, and we have to compete to each other, since I think we are all here to go to the next step. We are very happy of what we have achieved in this challenge, and although by distance, I hope we will all enjoy these 2 busy days of the challenge.
The local finals were amazing. We had the opportunity to meet different people from different countries and to understand more about their cultures. We had also some game activities all together that were really fun, and during the second day we had the chance to work on a real case that gave us the opportunity to understand the challenges of the modern business that are sustainability and innovation.
So, what are our expectations for the European finals? First, we're looking forward to continue working as a team and getting to know each other a little better. We're also willing to work on new challenges to develop our professional skills, and we're ready to think of new ideas and create sustainable projects, and of course, win it.
According to their needs, for example, anti-cavity, anti-gingivitis, whitening, by sliding the circle from 1 to 4. With a simple little touch. Then our display will suggest the best toothpaste to the user, and the system of back rear light will illuminate the toothpaste tubes in the shelves. At this point, the customer can simply take it and add it to its cart. This is a solution that will increase both interactivity and will decrease packaging. So now Davide will explain to you the benefits of this solution.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, which are the benefits of such a simple idea? We think that these are more than one benefit, and we have summarized them in 5 points. The first thing is that we are eliminating cardboard boxes. Since we are using now it for information, we give the consumer information through technology. This would improve our amount of information and the quality, reducing also the impact on the environment. We are giving the customer interaction with our products, since he is receiving a specific consulting about the product that best fits his needs, especially for those consumers that don't really see their dentist that much. Third, we are offering the experience of the future within physical shops. We have talked with our consumer, and she told us that she cares about physical stores more than online. So we thought that this could be a good game-changing tool. Also, by the fact that this gives us real-time data about local markets. Fourth point, we are working with retailers. Retailers still are the main source of income when we are talking about toothpastes in P&G industry. So we think that integrating them in our sales strategy might give us an important profitability. And also we are reducing cost of positioning our products in the shelves, since we are reducing space needed. Less package means less space. So these are pretty much the 5 benefits. And in general, we believe that combining our brand and the strategy of our retailers and their knowledge of local markets with technology and receiving real-time data from local markets would improve our brand and our profitability, and especially the experience for the consumer, also in physical stores. And that's pretty much all. Thank you all for the attention, and we're looking forward to your questions, please.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you for your presentation. So,
okay, we're back in the studio. I want to encourage, by the way, everyone watching us to share your opinions in the comments. And while you share your feelings, I will share mine. If speaking about this solution, it seemed to me that these guys would have a very great difficulty implementing their solution to the real shelves compared to the previous solution. You remember the previous solution? Very easy to implement and easy to earn money for Procter & Gamble. This one is amazingly nice for consumers. Yeah, very nice. I would love to go to the shop, pin a point, and something then happens and the magic occurs. But I think the reality is like this. The first one is that we have lots of retail shops, really lots. And usually the retailer's business is not that saturated. So we have like dozens of chains, very different ones. And you need to speak with every one of them, go to the process and so on, so as to implement the solution. That is the first problem I think this team would have. Second problem is that where retailer earns money. They earn money from a small of money they get from P&G in terms of like the margin, but also they get lots of money from promotions and so on when like P&G comes to a retailer and asks something special like these guys proposed. I believe that for this kind of service, this kind of activities, retailers would ask for a huge budget and it is highly unlikely to pay off. So I think this is the cons of this solution. But at the same time, in terms of what was good, I really like the structure. So for me, it was very clear what the idea is, what is the concept, and how they can implement it. So in terms of how they told it, not what they told it, it was very good. And also, to me, I really liked the Mediterranean English. Very easy to understand, amazingly easy to understand and get to know the results. Max, what are your impressions?
Andre, I absolutely agree on the ability to implement this idea. I think it's a really cool idea, but when you think about the fact that P&G sells its products in roughly about 1 million stores across Europe, and retailers needing a tablet of some sorts in their stores, that makes it difficult to implement. What I would also be curious about is, while I do appreciate the idea of creating a new shopping experience and making that cooler, what if the IT infrastructure actually fails? Because what you would then be left with is we have this tablet, and you can get all the information you need. You walk up to the tablet, you try to use it, and it doesn't work. All of a sudden, the idea of a positive experience turns into a very bad one, because you're left with, okay, now I have to go and walk and search for the product myself. 2 weeks ago, I could just take a look at, a different store. Where is the product? That was much cooler. So might be a negative experience. But then again, they did mention that they wanted to develop this further with retailers. So that was a strand of thought that I really like. Anna, what about you?
Max, thank you very much for your opinion. I think that we can now switch to the next topic, all the people were voting for, and the next topic is work and life balance. How to find the golden mean. Do I need to close the computer at 6 in the evening? So what do you think?
When did you close your computer the last evening?
I honestly, I am able to close my computer at 6 o'clock. I think work-life balance is something incredibly important, and something that, you know, differs from person to person. Some people might prefer to get up late and work later. Others might prefer to get up early and finish sooner. Of course, it always depends, you know, with whom you're working. When you're working in different time zones, you know, you have to work at the same time. But really, work-life balance is something that depends on you and your individual circumstances. And I'm super happy that we are working for a company that supports this, right? I remember my boss actually kicking me out of the office back in the day to, you know, go home, because you have a life as well, and it's not just all about work.
Yeah, I agree here with you fully, because it's very important that in P&G it's not only on you to take care for your life and work balance, but it's the culture of life and work balance, where if you sometimes feel overwhelmed, or you feel so ambitious that you want to solve all the challenges and tasks you have today, you have always a manager that will always tell you, please close your computer and go home. Even if you're already home because you work from home, they will tell you, please close the computer. Because if you do not rest, you do not bring the fresh ideas. You will be exhausted. And for P&G, the most important are the people. So we value that the people feel comfortable on the daily basis. And
I believe because of that reason, many people go to FMCG. Probably FMCG has one of the best work-life balances all around the market. Yeah, why it happens? So I wouldn't say that P&G, FMCG is like only life, because you have a very competitive market and you have lots of work, and that's interesting work. But at the same time, you work on your own products, and you have more control over how much time do you spend on it, which results you would like to get, so as that people can produce better results long term. By the way, people are talking that we have we have a presentation ready, and we're ready to go to that presentation, which will be given by our 7th team Olympians from Turkey.
Hello everyone, I'm Umutcan, and this is Team Olympians. Coming from a similar management engineering background, we believe that we could utilize our analytical skills to come up with such solutions that would bring much profits to the company while also increasing the overall social welfare. I would like to send my greatest regards to all of you while also wishing the best of the luck for my fellow competitors.
Hello, my name is Nurhila Gürgöze. I have recently graduated from Istanbul Technical University as a management engineer, and today I am so excited to be part of this event and overcome the challenge with my team.
Hello, this is Esra from Team Olympians. I'm a management engineering student at Bahçeşehir University and also an entrepreneur. We already won an international case study with my team together, so I hope we will bring end-to-end solutions for P&G either.
May the best team win.
Narrow down the insights we gained as a result of the interview and gathered the areas we want to focus on under 3 headings. How to design an eco-friendly product, which could also be bought as a bundle without creating a waste, how to engage with the users using the conventional channels, and how to adapt to digital without trying to change users' habit in a short period of time.
Okay, hello everyone, I'm Umutcan. Since it is the main concern of our customer segment, we need to provide an eco-friendly product that is recyclable, which also could be bought as a bundle to enable them to keep stocks of the same product. When we investigate the current portfolio of the Oral-B, we see that the plastic caps on the toothpaste offer much difficulty during the recycling process, decreasing their eco-friendliness. So, we offer a modular toothpaste design with aluminum cap that is durable, which is also reusable, while the changeable cartridges allow the user to keep stock while not taking much space in the drawers. By placing the aluminum caps alongside with their existing electronic toothbrushes, the toothpaste will have a permanent place on the shelves for the first time in history, which would encourage the users to buy more cartridges, increasing their interactions with the brand. Although we have 3 offers for the same product, as our segment likes to keep stock, we specialize our offer for the 6-pack cartridges. Looking deep into the 6-pack offer, as our interviewee stated that she sees the packaging on the product as waste, since it does not have any functionality. We are offering a different packaging method, where we put our cartridges in a fully recyclable paper bag with paper product holder. This biodegradable package also comes with a seat attached to it, enabling our users to interact with their children and their grandchildren to teach them to be eco-friendlier. Since the user is familiar with recycling the products, while also obtaining cashbacks for it. After all of the cartridges empty, we also propose them a way of recycling, where they put all of the empty cartridges onto the bag and send it back to the shop to receive coins through loyalty program, and then use those coins for getting discounts for the further purchases.
We have a customer profile that loves to use Facebook to interact with their friends, so we created a new brand for them. Oral-B AI chatbot will be developed for answering any type of question about Oral-B products. They can compare the products, receive suggestions, ask anything about the product. Mainly, chat with a friend who is an expert on oral health. And if we analyze compatible with the GDPR in Europe, that they are using the Oral-B IO, we can always direct them to download the application with a friendly offer. Since they are already on Facebook, which is a digital platform, they can easily download the app with just one tap. We loved all the features in the IO app, and since there is already an application, we have just added a simple interface for sustainable loyalty program. We designed a new model for the users, which is all about adapting them to live more sustainable, such as using the mobile phones at dark mode for 30% of energy saving. They will start with using the code they received when they bought the eco-friendly toothpaste option, and continue to complete actions suggested by Oral-B to adapt sustainable living and get rewarded. Oral-B will be the leader of encouraging sustainable living. To answer the question of what's in it for me from the customer, we defined a value proposition canvas. The result from the analysis gave us a value statement, which is a modular toothpaste with aluminum head and changeable cartridges presented as a bundle, which creates an eco-friendly perception while rewarding continuous recycling. Our presentation is finished here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, team. Thank you for your presentation.
Well, let's comment on this team solution again. So, firstly, I want to remind you that voting for the topic that we will discuss in a couple of minutes is still open in the chat. Please vote now if you haven't done it yet. So, Max, Andrei, what do you think?
I think it was a very interesting idea. You know, cut out all of the packaging from the toothpaste tubes and leave the toothpaste, make it reusable so that the consumers are only left with a cap that they reuse every single time. I also really like the inclusion of a chatbot because we know that most people don't like to go to the dentist that often. So if I talk to that chatbot and I get my dental advice that way, it gives me just another information input to take care of my oral hygiene. But what I was missing in the presentation, and maybe we missed it, but I would like them to run us through the numbers. Andrei, what did you think?
I would say that to me that presentation was good. So really good. So they have good idea, they had good implementation, good design and so on. So very good in every aspect presentation, and that's a very nice thing, and probably it could lead them to victory, because remember that team, which I thought either win or lose, so this team picked another strategy, not win or lose, do something which is good, so not extra, but very good in every size of it. So probably this team can win according to our judges, but let's see. Exactly what I like is how thoughtful were some ideas they have. For example, chatbot versus the traditional app. Chatbot is very easy to do. It's like maybe several $1,000s or tens of $1,000s, while implementing an app worldwide is like just a bunch of money. So chatbot is much simpler to implement, and that's a concept called MVP, or minimum viable product. We do it, people start to use it, and then maybe we'll make some other features and things. And also what I very liked in this presentation, I think the visual style of this presentation, especially how they provided the visuals of products, was amazing. So I think this presentation has the best designer out of all the participants.
Great, thank you, Andrei, thank you, Max. We have one more topic to discuss that all who are watching us were voting for. So, our entrepreneurial spirit and a corporate career mutually exclusive things?
I can start with technology on that question, because sometimes, so to understand the answer, you need to know the technology. And usually the technology says so, that within a company, the company should be divided into 3 different parts called run, change, and disrupt. So run is a part of company which focuses on maximum efficiency, so that every year we do it better, better, and better. Change is like, sometimes you need to change a little bit, like 20 or 30 or 50%. And disrupt, let's make a competitor for our product so that we'll be faster than our competitor. So I think an entrepreneurial spirit is especially important for change and disrupt. And for run, sometimes it's worse, because what is an entrepreneur is like do something as the beginning every time. And sometimes it leads to worse business results, because you always implement something, and sometimes you just need to stay it like it was before and make it like as a cash cow. Max, what do you think?
I absolutely agree. One does not necessarily have to exclude the other. Of course, you can focus on one of the categories and building your product, pushing it in one direction. But at the same time, the world doesn't stand still. Your competitors will always be in the lookout of how to gain market share, how to expand the market. So the best way to deal with it is to do it yourself, to innovate new products and to look for new ways to serve more consumers in an even better way. But we have an analytics and insights expert with us. So Anna.
I think that I fully agree here with both of you guys. If you, I would say it a bit differently. So we do not have to decide in our life always like only white or black. For example, in my career, I always have tasks that are some kind of entrepreneurial, and I still have some corporate career things within. And I always can decide on how I should operate and what will make me happier today and what will develop me better today. So I think that it's up to you to decide. But I know that the next team is already there, and we have only one presentation left, and it's by the team called T3AM. Let's see the video.
Hey George, how are you?
Hey Vola, how's it going?
Please come in. I was just finishing my workout.
Oh, I recently started yoga too.
Oh, yoga. Well, that's fun. Would you like some coffee or juice?
Yeah, sure, juice would be great. So what did you think about the local finals?
I think it was warm up for the actual finals. We are about to meet the real CEO Challenge now.
Was it any hard for you though? I mean, for me it was kind of challenging, with the distance and everything. I really prefer if we got the chance to get all together.
Yeah, you're right. And we would also meet everybody in real life and travel too. Oh, how long has it been since we last took a trip abroad or anywhere at all?
Yeah, I know, right? But I'm trying to look at the bright side. The P&G CEO Challenge, keeps us busy and motivated during the quarantine. I think it's really important right now.
Sure, you're right. I'm really happy to be part of all this. Hey, what are your expectations for the European finals? Or why don't we just give Jens a call?
He must be studying right now, but he could take a break to discuss about the finals.
Nice.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hey.
Hey Yanis, all is well. So the European finals are approaching. What are your expectations about them?
Well, I believe that they will be challenging. This time we are competing against Europe's finest, and it's also going to be more demanding as we will be working on the case study for 2 days.
Sure. Any ideas about the case study though?
I'm really looking forward to learning what the problem that they are going to assign us is going to be about. I hope that it will be something relevant to sustainability because it's one of the most important issues that our generation is facing. And in the end of the day, just hope that there will be 2 amazing days that will help us gain some insights.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I agree. So will you be able to join us in person for the event?
Well, I think that we will have to ask for government permission first.
Second, in order to provide a more tactile experience, consumers will be urged to take part in the product trial that I will explain to you right now. So first, consumers are enticed either at the store or through online advertising to join the Dent Drive. Consumers who choose to take part will either receive an Oral-B toothbrush at the store or at their mailbox, and will use it for a period of 2 weeks. The cost for the consumers will be the delivery costs where applicable, and also the cost of the refills. And by introducing costs, we are deliberately filtering those consumers who are not seriously considering buying the products from taking the trial and costing us further money. And after the trial, the brush will be returned and thoroughly disinfected, and consumers who are satisfied with it can purchase their own brushes at a discount. Now Vula will continue.
So a little bit more on the browsing experience right now. What we as a team envisioned during the designing process is that we would be able to put the products on the shelves as exhibition products so that consumers can test the palpable features themselves and choose either to make the purchase right away or to join the Dent Drive program and make the product trial at home. So moving on, we would like to stress some benefits for the consumer. This experiment introduces sensory stimulus in the browsing experience, which means that consumers are free to touch and examine the product themselves. What's more, it increases the consumer's confidence in the product's usability, therefore increasing the chances of him purchasing it later. And lastly, it gives the consumer the opportunity to interact themselves with the product in a familiar environment, like their home during their everyday habits. So now why 50 plus might be the right group for our Dent Drive initiative. The 50 plus age group usually have more disposable income than younger generations, and they tend to spend more time in product research. Also, they might have health issues which could prevent them from brushing adequately their teeth. So electric toothbrushes make their life easier, basically. And lastly, they probably have had more negative experiences from dentists or generally experienced more oral problems during their lives. So therefore, Oral-B Dent Drive product trial and self-space is the solution we are proposing. Some benefits for P&G might be an expected increase in market penetration of electric toothbrushes, helping P&G keep up and stand out from its competitors by creating the most interactive experience in the market currently, and let alone the fact that consumers will be enticed by the new initiatives, which gives more flexibility to on packaging design. So thank you for your attention. We are now open to any questions.
Thank you, team.
And that was the last presentation. It's quite difficult to be either the first or the last team to present. But what I really liked about this team is that they were all about the consumer experience, right? When you go out to buy a toothbrush at the store, you don't bring a bottle of water and some toothpaste to try it out right then and there. But that's what you really want, right? How does this product work for me? So by introducing a trial period and highlighting how the toothbrush that you might or might not send back will get disinfected, I think that's a really, really cool idea. Anna, what did you think?
Yeah, Max, I fully agree with you because I really saw this consumer touch and the consumer experience, and I think it's one of the ways on how you can win, because if you bring consumers the experience, you will gain consumers' loyalty, and they will love it to touch you, to touch your brushes, to try it, and I think it's one of the best ways. Andrei, what do you think?
You know, I'm on the mixed side. So what I liked about the presentation is 50+ age group. In fact, I really love the age group because they are the money. They are the money, and plus they are the people to whom usually we do not pay attention to. So like, look on clothes. Mm-hmm. We look at like 20 people in 20s or 25s, but who the hell can pay lots of money for clothes when you're 20 or 25? You buy cheap clothes. The same with any other merchandise. Usually people which are older have much more money and they have much more experience and everything so as to spend on you. So that was a very good thing on this team. Mm-hmm. The second thing, which I believe is on the mixed side, is that I doubt that this solution can work within the retail shops, because as I told it previously, to make those trial things in the retail shops, like millions of retail shops which P&G has, we'll have to spend lots of money on that, and also be very efficient in terms of how we show it and how we work with them. Maybe there is another option which is used by tobacco companies, which they put the retail shops not within the retailers, the standard retailers, but rather their own shops, which are like the premium things like that. When they show the premium thing where you can try it on, you have the consultant which can help you. Maybe if the team would work towards that solution, I think it can work smoothly and easier and provide the necessary feeling.
Andrei, you will be surprised, but if you go into the retail, you will see already Oral-B shop in shop. Yeah, so let's see a video.
我一直相信我骨子里面有着一种不屈不挠、不达胜利誓不罢休的精神。
P&G was my very first job. I had this gusto and the attitude of just go get it.
I have never felt that the work I was doing was not leading to something important.
で、今に至ってるっていう感じかなっていうふうに思います。自分がやったプロジェクトってこんなに溢れさせることができるんだなっていうのをすごく思いました。
I am breaking rules, I am pushing boundaries, I'm taking risks, and I'm gonna keep on going.
So,
yeah, so great. And by the way, that was the video about the concept day one, which is so important and so special about P&G. And by the way, we're done with all the presentation. And so let's move and speak with some participants from last year's competition that have already started their P&G journey. And after that, we'll find out which team is the winner of this year's European final. And I would like to pass the word to Max.
Hi, Leonard. Hi, Andrea. Thank you so much for joining us today. Now, you have successfully competed against a lot of teams and made it all the way not only to the CEO Challenge in the previous year, but you also made it to P&G. So thank you so much for taking a lot of time out of your busy schedules to join us today. We have a live audience listening to us via YouTube, and we of course prepared a few questions for you. But before we start, can you just briefly introduce yourself, maybe giving your name, the function that you work in, what you do, and how long you've been with P&G for?
So Leonard, would you be so kind to start?
Of course, yeah. I'm an intern in the digital media team, so essentially everything online advertising. Whenever you see an online ad from one of our brands, that's sort of what we're responsible for. And I've been here only for 6 weeks now.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, everybody. Also, good afternoon, to be precise. And that's it. So basically, I would like to give you a news, Max, today, because I've been recently appointed as e-commerce manager. So this is a new a news for everybody. And well, I will be effective on that role starting from May 1st. And at the moment, I'm in charge of alternative channels. And basically, I joined P&G in May 2020, so right in the middle of the pandemic.
Well, Andrea, congratulations, first of all. Everybody out there, you heard it here first.
Yeah,
change in assignment coming up for Andrea. Both of you have both participated in the CEO Challenge before. Can you maybe... Do you remember why? The first reason why you participated in the CEO Challenge?
Andrea, you want to start this time?
Yeah, of course. So basically, I decided to take part in the CEO Challenge after a stunning presentation of a P&G representative in my Italian university. So Max, I would like to be totally honest with you today, and I'd never been so much interested in fast-moving consumer goods before then, but that day something struck me and changed my mind. So basically, I decided to step out from my comfort zone and, well, to put myself out there.
Yeah, so to be quite sincere, for me, the initial moment we were at a career fair I was at a career fair with two of my teammates that eventually joined this challenge, and we were walking through the career fair and we noticed the P&G booth had some free Gillette razor blades. So we approached the booth just to score those blades, and during that point in time, we essentially got pitched the CEO Challenge, and at that point we figured, why not throw our gauntlet into the ring and give it a try?
And look at where the Gillette blade, the free one that you just wanted to score quickly, look at where that got you.
Very much so, and I received a few more when joining. Yeah.
No, but I really do appreciate your honesty from both of you, because that's what keeps us going, right? The culture of straight talk. Continuing with that straight talk, I mean, the CEO Challenge isn't particularly a walk in the park, right? You have a lot of strong teams that you compete against. You have the online case study that you need to complete first. And then, you know, last year already, there was this online part to it as well. What was the most challenging part for you guys in that CEO Challenge journey?
So basically, at the time, for a person like me with such a different background and, let's say, industrial propensity, it was not so easy to understand the dynamics and the needs of the FMCG consumers. However, I immediately realized that I could have used, let's say, a sort of my diverse thinking in order to come up with different ideas, in order to solve existing problems in a very innovative way. And well, basically, I decided to turn a sort of, let's say, disadvantage into a strong competitive advantage over other participants. And as you can see, it worked.
Okay, so for me and my team, first of all, we'd never worked together. So we'd seen each other throughout the university, but we'd never really collaborated as a team. And we'd never ever solved a business challenge in our life. So for us, it was really about figuring out sort of the process of how to tackle such a challenge, what each member does and when to work together and when to work apart, and sort of, getting that process right. And that's something where we really grew together throughout the different rounds of the CEO Challenge. And then after each round, we sort of figured out what worked, what didn't work, what can we improve. And that got us quite far in the end.
So neither of you really considered FMCG before the CEO Challenge. You sort of stumbled into it. You had your own difficulties, right? Understanding the consumers. You never worked together with your team. And then you had some, I'm sure of this one, you had some really cool experiences during the CEO Challenge, because otherwise you wouldn't be sitting here today. So can you share maybe is there any experience that really stands out to you, any particular moment?
So undoubtedly, for what concerns my side, the most memorable moment happened when I found a close friend of mine on the same stage of the Southern Europe final in Madrid. So it was totally unbelievable, because honestly, I was more happier for his chance of having an extra visibility than mine. But by the way, he also did an excellent job, and now is, like me, part of this wonderful family.
Really cool, amazing.
I think, the most memorable moment was probably the presentations themselves, because those were absolutely nerve-wracking, and especially the regional finals, standing on this stage in Frankfurt on top of this in front of these senior managers. That was absolutely nerve-wracking and a memorable experience I carry with me to this day, for sure. But I think the other aspect is less of a singular moment and more something throughout the competition, which were really the people I got to interact with, and the people from P&G, and them being really, really good at what they do, but still very open towards us and very empathetic and very warm-hearted. And that ended up being the reason why I applied as well. That is a beautiful thing, because when you talk to any P&Gers really, and you ask them, not why did you apply, but why did you stay, the number one reason that comes up is always the people, right? So Andrea, you and the friend of yours, you're both at P&G now. Leonard, for you, the people was one of the key reasons to apply. Obviously, you're here now. So combining the experiences that you made at the CEO Challenge, right? The presentations, you mentioned that they were nerve-wracking, and the internationality of it. Andrea, you mentioned, your friend from Madrid then. Are there any skills that you learned through the CEO Challenge that you're now able to apply on your P&G jobs? Well, I would say, for what concerns my side, without any doubt, entrepreneurial spirit, which means find a way, take responsibility, and overcome challenges. So without any doubt. And also, I could say also emotional intelligence, which means understand the audience emotion in order to guide and to influence in a positive way thinking and behavior. And last but not least, probably also strategic planning, which means anticipate vulnerability and chase opportunities. Yeah, so I would definitely second every one of those points Andrea mentioned, but especially go back to the understanding your audience aspect and the sort of presenting and knowing who you're presenting to. Because throughout the past few weeks, I've been working on this analysis, very complicated online advertising, going throughout these metrics. And then last week, what I did was I presented the results of the study to our chief marketing officer, right? And at that point, it doesn't matter all these Excel tables you did. What really matters is, what does she want to get out of this, and how can I present that to her as simple as possible? And that is, I think, something I also did in the CEO Challenge and that I took from it for sure. And how do you prepare for that?
To be honest, not specific preparation, but a very huge brainstorming the day before. So no magical recipe from my side. So to be honest.
You mean prepare for the presentation itself, or?
Yes, knowing who you are presenting to, so that means anticipating the reactions, right? And Leonard, you said knowing what she wants to get out of it. So that also means understanding the consumer, right? Because at the end of the day, that's what we're working for. So how do you prepare for a conversation like that when all of the nice Excel analyses that you did for the weeks before, when all of that, as you put it, doesn't matter anymore?
Yeah, I think you put it quite well. It's really this putting yourself into the shoes of the consumer and sort of having this empathy and emotional intelligence and being able to put yourself, in this case, in Christina Bulle's place and asking yourself, like, what does she want to get out of this? Here's some intern presenting his project to her. What does she actually want to hear? And then sort of write that down, go back to your results and try to match it where there's sort of an overlap.
That's it sounds to me like the Q&A part from the CEO Challenge, right? So you're done with the presentation, you enter the Q&A part, and you are exposed to a different way of thinking, right? Do you remember how that felt? Like the moment going from the presentation that you prepared over to the Q&A, where you didn't know what sort of questions the judges would have for you?
So Leonard, would you start?
Of course, yeah. Extremely nervous, maybe even more so than during the presentation, because the presentation, you get the time to actually rehearse it, right? You go through it a couple of times at least and make sure everything's on point. But then when it comes to the Q&A part, your ideas are essentially put to the test and taken apart. So I was extremely nervous, even more so than during the presentation. And there's no real way to prepare for it other than being really, really confident in the idea you have and yeah, really understanding what you're presenting.
So basically, Max, more or less the same. Honestly, I was really, really nervous before the presentation, but at the same time, I was also totally sure about our idea. So not mine, but also the idea of my team. So basically, I just go straight to the stage, and I've just tried to demonstrate the best part of me to the judges. So that's it.
And then, I mean, obviously, you left a really good impression, right?
It seems. It seems.
It seems.
It seems.
You started out, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you started out, both of you, in a virtual setting, right? Your roles at P&G. How was that? How was the first day starting at a huge company completely from home?
So, well, honestly, it was really tough. So, well, I remember very well my first day because I spent it right here in my living room. So you haven't the chance to see my living room, but that's the truth. But the point is that even if the COVID tried to disrupt this wonderful starting, the truth is that I never felt alone because P&G was by my side every single day. So even if I was right in the middle of a pandemic, I mean, colleagues, friends gave me the opportunity to remain right in the center of the business at all levels.
Yeah, and I want to add to what to Andrea's second point of never really feeling alone, because I mean, obviously it's a challenge, right? Because you don't really get that feeling of being in a new company when you're just sitting in your apartment. But on the very first day, we sort of set up this connect with my team, and I got to meet everyone, and they were so warm-hearted and welcoming that I immediately felt part of a bigger whole, so to say.
That was beautiful. So it feels like a family even when you start virtually.
That's it. And probably both of us took lots of virtual coffee, not real coffee, unfortunately, but virtual coffee. So that's it.
Yeah, that I guess that is something that doesn't change, right? Whether you're in the office or at home, you do enjoy a cup of coffee.
Yeah, same old story, same old story.
So, thinking of your journey from CEO Challenge participants to where you are today, I mean, you obviously went through the P&G application process, right? What tips would you share to our viewers out there who might be looking to do the same?
Well, I think that, okay, as I said before, there's no magical recipe, but you should be enough brave to show the best part of yourself. I mean, the CEO Challenge is a unique occasion to gain visibility and to put your idea right in the middle of the spotlight. So basically, you have just to play consistently the game, go straight to the goal, and as I said before, play the game and do that whatever it takes.
Exactly. Just be yourself, essentially. Like, show the best side of yourself, but stay true to yourself. Don't try to pretend something that you are not. Because especially if you're talking to a more senior recruiter or a more senior manager, they'll probably sniff that from a mile away if you try to pretend to be someone you're not. Just try to be as genuine as possible, and then yeah, it works out quite well.
And that's absolutely important, crucial point that you're making, because they do have multiple interviews every single year, right? Up to the hundreds. So it is important to, be honest and to be straight, to prepare it. How did the interviews particularly feel for you? Because also the interviews, right? They were in a virtual setting, whereas before they were face to face in basically any other company. So what was the difference?
Well, honestly, it's not so easy to sit for this kind of interview. First of all, because you don't have the opportunity, to feel directly engaged with the recruiter. So that's basically the first point. And then, well, honestly, it was also a quite long interview. So consider that usually the first part of let's say not the interview, but the hiring process consists in a part which is data driven. So you have to basically sit for a couple of tests, and then if you pass this test, you are eligible for the second part, which consists in 3 not face-to-face, but in this case virtual interview. So it could be stressful, but if you are unique, you would have the opportunity to stand out and demonstrate the best part of you.
Yeah, I just thinking back to my final interview, which was actually with our CMO, so Christina. I had such a genuine and warm-hearted conversation with her. It was amazing. Like, I even though it was virtual, it was just a really, really great experience for me. And I remember we were talking, and she was asking me, I sell playing cards online for magicians. And then I had that presentation last week, and she still remembered those playing cards and said, show me a card trick and stuff. So that's, I don't know. That's just, yeah.
You did show a card trick?
Not yet, because people aren't in the office yet, and it doesn't work as well virtually with the distraction and deception, right?
Well, I'm looking forward to your first performance then. So we have a lot of people with us who are interested in a P&G career and who might even be interested to join the CEO Challenge next year. Based on your experience, we talked about the tips that you would give, for the application process and the interviews, but for the CEO Challenge, what would be your top tips for them to prepare?
Well, probably it's a good occasion to demonstrate your, propensity to innovation. So you should take this occasion not as an occasion to, as I told you before, to demonstrate, to have extra visibility, but it could be considered also an occasion to disrupt, the situation for what concerns fast-moving consumer goods. So if you have, a good idea, come up with that idea, promote it, and try to carry it out through the long process of the CEO Challenge. And this could be, one useful tips for what concerns my side.
Yeah, I think I'd have 2 tips. So the first one is really work well as a team, because otherwise you're going to fail pretty early on. So leverage the strengths, really try to see what are the strengths of each of my team members and how can we best leverage them. So sort of the sum is bigger, the whole is bigger than the sum of its parts, so to say. And the second one is what we talked about before, with really understanding your audience and putting yourself in their shoes. It's not about the functional details, but it's about providing a holistic solution and pitching it really well and telling a good story. I think that's really at the heart of a very good presentation at the CEO Challenge.
Andrea, Leonard, thank you so much for your insights. I could not echo your tips for the CEO Challenge more. And thank you also very much for sharing how you felt during the CEO Challenge, the time after, and right now at P&G. Some wonderful stories, and I'm looking forward to having a virtual coffee with you soon. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
So, this year's team solutions have proven the importance of sustainability. At P&G, we put the highest value on healthy habits of our planet. As per Oral-B brand's vision I've shared previously, we aim to advance healthy oral care habits to transform people's health while reducing our impact on our planet. We set a goal to educate and enable 2 billion people to adopt healthy oral care habits by 2030, driving responsible consumption along the way. By 2030, we are switching to 100% recyclable packaging, 100% renewable electricity use, and 35% higher water efficiency. Let's watch some videos about P&G and sustainability strategy.
Packaging waste affects us all. The world recycles just 14% of the plastic packaging it uses. At P&G, we've partnered with TerraCycle. What if we aim to eliminate the idea of packaging and product waste while greatly improving experience to create packaging and products that are waste-free, convenient, and premium? With Loop, packaging is circular, with recyclable consumables and refillable containers delivered to and collected from your doorstep to be recycled or reused again and again. As P&G is the first consumer goods company to support this initiative, we've strived to make this sustainable solution irresistible. During the last 24 months, we co-created, tested, and iterated hundreds of concept ideas across all our key categories: hair care, dish care, fabric care, air care, oral care, baby care, fem care, and grooming. We are proudly participating in Loop with our leading brands, designing new, durable, premium packaging that is 100% refillable or has key reusable features, which will be ordered, delivered, enjoyed, picked up, cleaned, refilled, and enjoyed again into Loop. We set out to end disposable packaging. We ended up creating irresistible branded solutions.
This is our planet. It's our home. And our window to protect it is now. Reducing emissions is the most important step to combating global warming. In addition, natural climate solutions can help remove and store carbon from the atmosphere using nature itself. These combined efforts can help change the course of our planet's future.
The next 10 years is critical. It's one of the reasons we're so excited to, in addition
to the goal we've made between 2020 and 2030 to reduce our Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions by 50%. Today, we're announcing that we're going to advance natural climate solutions to cover the other 50% and be carbon neutral for the decade.
That's why Procter & Gamble is working with groups like Conservation International and World Wildlife Fund to protect, improve, and restore carbon-rich ecosystems all around the globe. It's our planet, our home, and our window is now.
All right, everyone, let's continue. Right now, the judges are making the final decision according to the 5 criteria discussed before. So, we have a few minutes left until the end of our challenge. Max, please share your emotions about this P&G CEO Challenge European final.
You know, it's the second European final that I was a part of, and I thought the presentation was super interesting with a lot of innovative ideas. But what I also feel really strongly about is the questions that we received from viewers online. So, if possible, I would like to take a little bit to answer maybe 1 or 2 more.
Let's see which questions we have. We see only few of them.
Yeah,
if
there is a question. What do you think? If you have passed a difficult long selection, you have been approved to have passed, and then they start to delay day after day, hiring, citing some reason, P&G, is it okay? So why it can happen and what a candidate should do in this situation?
It's an interesting question because normally if there is a decision, there is a decision, and then there is a process. Because in P&G you have to understand the process. You are passing the interviews and not getting a job. So, for example, it could be that you have passed everything very successfully, but there was a person that passed 1 day before you and got the only free job, for example.
Yeah.
We never say in this case like, sorry, we decline you in P&G. We say, wait, please, because we are looking for the best solution. So this is how, for example, I got some of my team members. They have passed everything but didn't get the job at the first stage, and they just had to wait. They wanted to go into marketing, and then I called them and say, okay, you've passed everything and we have a job in analytics insight. So it's not that we are waiting and waiting. It's about we try to bring the best solution for the employee and for the company, and this is why sometimes the process is a bit longer. Max, what do you think?
Yes, so what we're trying to do is, or what we're doing is, when there is a vacancy, 1 seat to fill, so to say, right? 1 person can sit. So we need to find that 1 person. And sometimes it happens that 2 people pass our whole assessment process, and then we choose the person with the best fit. But that doesn't mean that you, if you're not selected, it doesn't mean that you're not a good fit for P&G. It just means that right now, for the position you applied for, you know, there's another person as well. So what I would encourage you to do is keep an eye on the positions that we have available. Keep an eye on PG Careers. And as soon as you see a new position opening up that matches your interest and your profile, just reapply. Your online assessment scores, your interview scores are valid for a whole year. So you will not have to go through the whole application process again, right? Keep an eye open for the next opportunity, because there will always be a next opportunity.
We have our judges here and those here. We can move.
Okay, so Max, can you introduce the person that will come right now to your studio? And we are honored to get his opinion on everything that is happening.
Yes, so dear viewers, we were able to secure and get a hold of one of the judges who was behind the scenes making decisions today. Now, this has been a very, very exciting CEO Challenge final. And with us today, we have Andreas On, who is the Senior Director of Analytics and Insights for the DACH area. And he was one of today's judges. Andreas, welcome. Andreas, we don't know yet which team has won. So before we learn who the winning team is, let's talk a little bit about how you experienced the day today and all of the team's presentations. Now, there were a lot of teams today, and I'm sure the decision that you eventually made were not an easy one. But there were so many ideas floating around, right? There was the tab idea of mouthwash and toothpaste in little tabs that you can put into your mouth. There was an idea of changing the shape of boxes. There was the idea of just leaving the boxes out completely. There was tablet in stores. How did you feel about the team's presentations? Andreas, I think you're on mute. At least I cannot hear you.
Yes, you are right. So, first of all, thank you for having me here. And it's been a real pleasure the whole afternoon, both to be here now, but particularly to be with the group and being the first to see all the great thinking and the great work that flew into this afternoon. Indeed, fantastic ideas, and many of them not easy to make a decision. I'm certainly not giving anything away now, but really good ideas and a number of things in there that I think will be able to kick off and fuel thinking processes that we have internally as well.
Have you found some ideas that we might be implementing or taking a deeper look at?
I think so, yes. I mean, it's not, we can't expect that after 2 days there is something that we can roll out tomorrow. But I see these events as just incubators for our thinking, as ideas to look deeper into, as twists to ideas we might have had, but not really followed through on. And it's in any case, and particularly in the breadth of ideas that we've seen today, it's in any case a great enabler also for P&G.
What was the most difficult part about the judging process today?
I'm not sure actually whether it was really difficult, because I mean, it's always difficult to choose the winner at the end. But for me, it was really inspiring and fun, so I can't have a hard time seeing that as difficult. Now, of course, you always evaluate ideas against each other, and you look at which one at the end has the most merits out of a number of ideas that all have merits. Yeah, I'm not sure it's difficult, but it's certainly an important task. And that then gets us to how are we making these decisions and about the winner, and that is really a mix. It's about how strong is the insight that starts everything, because everything at the end starts from the consumer and the insight about the consumer. It's then about how creative, how innovative, but also how manageable and how real an idea becomes from there. And of course, the stringency of a presentation. Do we really follow one idea, or are we all over the place? Those kind of things then makes the decisions.
You mentioned strong insights as the point where everything starts. What makes an insight strong?
Well, an insight, a very strong insight is creating and providing us with attention that allows us to fall for that tension. So it's giving us consumer barriers, things that consumers don't see in the market right now. It tells us why is that a barrier, and between that barrier existing and understanding why there is a barrier, we're able to describe tension that consumers have today and are able to overcome that tension. That for me makes a strong insight.
Now, we gave teams an hour to interview real life consumers yesterday. What do you think is the toughest thing to do in that 1 hour to get such a strong insight from the consumers?
I think it's the toughest thing to do is actually to not talk but listen. The consumer doesn't answer your question by giving you an insight. They won't tell you what you need to do. What you need to do is questions you need to tease out. You need to tease out reactions. You need to fit in the lines. You need to read through body language, and from that understand what the consumers deep inside really feel and mind what they're saying. So listening, I would say, is the most difficult in consumer interviewing in general.
You just mentioned the body language. In a virtual setting, how can we use body language cues when interviewing consumers?
It's certainly easier in a real life context, but no doubt. But so what we have, and that was the case yesterday in the interviews as well, and we're doing that literally every day. The consumer work we're doing, you have technical tools. You basically visit consumers on a fairly large screen. You talk with them, you see their mimic, you see their gestures. You actually even have a few advantages from that. You can visit consumers all over the place, not just in the area around your office. You can interview a consumer that's in the neighbor country or 500 kilometers away in a very different area where you have a different environment, and from that likely different insights. So I'd say you still get a lot of that that body language, not all, but a lot. And you have, on the other hand, many other advantages from virtual interviewing that easily make up for everything else. I actually like it, and I don't think that there is a big disadvantage versus real life interviewing, even though I'd like to be in person with the consumer again.
Many ideas also focused not only on the consumer, but had an element to it that would change the way retailers, our customers, would receive our products and their involvement with the products. How do these conversations go?
You mean the conversations with the customer?
Yes, when we introduce new ideas like that, right? A complete redesign of the packaging, because it's now, that was one of the ideas, right? It's now in a different shape, and maybe it's missing completely. Maybe customers need to introduce new tablets to their stores. That changes the way they do their business. How can P&G in those situations provide value through the ideas that we bring?
Well, I think any idea needs to make sense for all three: the consumer, the customer, and P&G. And that means that as much as we have a consumer insight, we equally need to have a retailer insight. So if I take you mentioned this triangular shaped pack, then from a consumer point of view, it's quite clear what to do with it. From a retailer point of view, we would then look at what's important to the retailer. So how easy is it to handle in store? How can I put that on shelf? Is that happening in the right way? Can I, if it's in an outer card box, how quickly can I open it? All those are questions that impact a retailer. So it's a lot about handling, about efficiency. But then, of course, the most important thing for a retailer as well as for us is to sell more, and ideally sell more of premium products so that we get jointly a category to grow. So for a retailer, the consumer insight and the consumer insight-based new innovation is the other very important thing. So we match it: consumer insight, consumer delighting innovation, together with the right handability from a retailer point of view.
So it will be very interesting to go to the stores when we're allowed again and to check, were some of the ideas actually implemented then at the end of the day, at some point down the line. Andreas, yes, you have been a judge and involved with the CEO Challenge for many years now. In your experience, because we have a lot of students watching who might be interested in participating as well, in your experience as a judge, what would be the best tips from your end to give to students for when they present maybe themselves on stage next year?
Okay. Well, I'll give you two tips. So the first is allow yourself both roots and wings. Roots in the sense of designing your ideas based on a very solid foundation of a consumer, retailer, market understanding, so that you know where you're coming from, you know what the foundation of an idea is. And wings to the extent that based on that, this grounding, that you are creative, out of the box, that you allow yourself to really think broad and big and try to not limit yourself by what you perceive might be a P&G reality, but really limit yourself only by what the consumer's insights will prohibit from doing. So give yourself roots and wings, and then when you do this in a presentation, make sure that you stay focused on a few key ideas, that you bring them across in a very crisp way. Less is always more when you set up these presentations.
Andreas, thank you again for the time that you have dedicated to the European CEO Challenge today. It was really great having you with us, and really great to hear from you, your experience, and to hear from your insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I enjoyed it to be with you today. Thank you.
Andre, Anna, back to you.
I believe we're now ready to learn who the winning team is. Anna, will you do the honors?
Gladly. We just heard about the amazing work all of the teams have put in. To the teams, regardless of who the winner is, you have come a long way, and you can truly be proud of yourself. Each of you has been able to feel what it is like to take on complex and significant tasks, and immediately immerse yourself into solving various problems, and you have all proven that you can succeed in this truly challenging environment. Unfortunately, there can be only one winner. Are you ready to know who? And the winner of the European final is the team Gravity. Congratulations, guys.
Hi, guys. Congratulations on winning. You did extremely well. How does it feel? Tell us.
Thank you very much. It feels amazing. It's unreal. We have no words right now.
You're still taken in awe?
I would let Alicia go first.
You were sorry, what?
I just said I would let Alicia talk first about how she feels, and then...
Yeah, actually, I'm very, very happy that we won. I think it was really a really great team effort, and I think the all-nighter that we put in yesterday really paid off. And despite my technical hiccups, I'm very happy that we made it. And yeah, I'm really proud of the team, I have to say.
Well, I hope you still got some hours of sleep in. No, shaking hands.
Well, no, it was enough to win. Let's say that.
You had a really innovative idea, right? With the tabs for oral care. How did you come up with that? What was the guiding insight for you guys?
It's the customer, definitely. I think this is, if it's one thing we learned from P&G, it's that we always need to listen to the customer. And we as students haven't been exposed so much to the final customer. And I think this was extremely interesting and exciting journey the past 2 days to actually have the opportunity to understand some of the insights from the customer and try to develop some ideas. How can we solve their biggest challenges?
I cannot add anything on what Theo said. I think that we are really lucky that P&G offered us the chance to actually interview a customer. and to see how that actually works in real life. And as he mentioned, probably being customer-centric, it's the best that you can do in order to try to discover those insights and then to find the tension points and apply some solutions in order to try to solve those tensions.
And how did that feel like for you? Because it was you're right, it is something that P&G does, right? But it's not usually something that students do. So how did it feel for you to interview a real-life consumer?
So I think it was, of course, something really new, but we were also very lucky to have been assigned the consumer that we did get assigned, because she was very open, she was very welcoming and really wanted to share her experience as well. So we just, I guess, really had to ask the right questions and then, make this into a product.
Was this the most challenging part of the competition for you? Or was it a different one?
Yeah, because we weren't used to design thinking before. And it was, of course, different, like a different way of innovating, because usually you just have ideas floating around in your head and you say, hey, maybe this will work out or maybe not. So really having this customer-centric approach was something different. And I think it also was the biggest challenge for us here.
To add on that, yeah, go
sorry, I just wanted to say that, how we adapted actually to the framework that we had to use in order to go through the whole design thinking process. I think that was by far the most challenging part, but it was proven how it actually works in practice. And we had a chance to learn that through this experience.
I would say that another challenge we experienced was when you have a team of 3 motivated people who are extremely motivated to win. We all try to push for new ideas. We all try to be really creative. And I think it's very, very hard to decide what would be the winning idea, because we actually had multiple ideas and we had to kill some of the ideas, right? And this was also a very challenging part we had yesterday night during the brainstorming process.
How did you do that?
I think it comes to great team dynamics and to trusting your team members and to being open to other ideas and trying to listen everyone's points. So everyone should speak equally in a team and everybody should be able to present their ideas. And I think we had a very good dynamic in this regard, that nobody was afraid to speak up when an idea is not so good or to tweak it in some sense. What about you guys?
I can assure you that it was a lot of back and forth last night. We were able actually to agree on a point, but fortunately we agreed on hopefully the right idea, and that led us to be here.
Have you had any experience in such competitions before joining the CEO Challenge?
Yes, we're all part of the Rotterdam Consulting Club, and this is how we met as well. So we each were a bit experienced, but we never worked together as a team. So I guess it was just really lucky that we were able to pull this off as well in such a great team.
Well, that really speaks for you then, coming together as a team in a very, very short period of time, faced with a new approach to solve and go about a business case, and then being thrown in with a consumer to interview something you've also never done before. But you did really, really well. What would you give as advice to other students out there?
If I would have to say something, it is to always be bold and never be too afraid to propose an odd or strange idea. And I think this is something that was very crucial for us. So you always need to speak up when you have something on your mind, and this is only going to add benefits to the team. And I think for us, this was very crucial to where we are now.
Alicia?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can only agree. And I think it's in the end also the most interesting ideas, right? Like the boldest ideas usually have something about them that hasn't been there before, that's like disrupting in their nature. So I think especially for a challenge like this, right, that really wants you to go beyond the normal, I think it's really good if the idea is something that hasn't been there before and something that is really bold.
my takeaway would be to always trust your team and actually know your team before the competition. Try to actually understand the strengths, the weaknesses of each of your team members. And then when you understand how can you be the best as a team, not as an individual part, I think that would actually make the difference in the end. And this openness actually something that that enable our communication and helped us to choose the right idea in the end.
I can see how you came together through the CEO Challenge, even though you didn't know or didn't work together with each other before. So, of course, the next step will be for you to represent Europe in the global final. Are you ready for that?
Absolutely.
We are ready for a new challenge.
Yeah, we're very excited, and hopefully with Corona we will actually be able to go somewhere else as well. And we hope that it will not be virtual, but we have to see, of course.
Yeah, we hope so too. But again, congratulations to all of you. You did an amazing job over the past 2 days, and of course also in the finals before. A job very, very, very well done. Now, all across the continent, all of P&G Europe will be rooting for you when you are in the global final. Congratulations again. And Anna, Andre, back to you in Moscow.
Thank you, Max. So, it's sad, but we have to finish our stream. We hope you enjoyed watching the team's performance today.
Thank you to all our viewers who have been with us for the last couple of hours. It has been a great pleasure being with you here.
Couldn't agree more. And thank you to all of you out there who have participated, whether as candidates in the local finals, as observers sending in your questions. And remember, right, next year you could find yourself in the place of one of these people. And who knows, maybe you will be the next team lifting the European trophy to go to the global final, or you will be the next Andrea or Leonard to start working at P&G. So if that sounds like something you would like to do, follow us on social media, Facebook, Instagram, etc., to be notified as soon as next year's registrations for the CEO Challenge start. Or you can go and visit pgcareers.com/CEO-challenge to check if they are up and running already. Now, enjoy your weekends and stay safe. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.